Oh, hey y'all. How's it going? Yeah, this is chairman of the board again. We've got stuff on YouTube going on. Yeah, it's where the magic happens, right? At least something happens. I don't know. Uh, I usually say I'm the guy with a face for radio, but a voice for silent film. But I think my voice is for the newspaper today instead of silent film. That feels more my vibe. At least newspaper is flammable, and there seems to be a lot of desire uh, around the nation to burn things tonight. So I've got a voice for the newspaper. Y'all stick around or don't. I'm not your mom unless I am, and then sorry kid, your mom's got a beard. And yeah, hit the subscribe button if you want, or just stare at it menacingly. Whatever. So let's get this thing started. There's a debate tonight. And then following that debate, we've got an open panel, and we'll be discussing the topic that we're debating about. I'm going to go ahead and bring the board secretary up. Oh, and during the open panel, we can mix things up a little bit. It doesn't just have to be. Oh, there's the board secretary. How you doing, Beth?
Doing good. Good to see everybody.
Yeah, and we've got two contestants. One of them is a degenerate leftist wacko who's arguing from some position or whatever. We'll go ahead and bring up the leftist. How you doing, Emmett?
I'm doing great. Just thinking about generosity.
Yeah, and we've got a paragon of social conservatism and traditional living in the United States, a paragon of values from our founding fathers. Due diligence. Good to see you, man. You're muted, dude.
Hello.
All right, and tonight these two fine gentlemen will be debating on the topic of God versus man. Right. So the exact prompt, I'll go ahead and put it on the banner and show it down on the bottom. That'll be running that ticker during the whole thing. Does morality come from God or man? That's the debate prompt, and y'all get to argue about that for the next hour. I'm gonna step off this debate and score it using the Bloodsport grid. Let's see, which overlay do I have? I'll use my old overlay. So there's basically four quadrants here that I'm going to score this by. One is whether or not they assert dominance, dismantle their opponent, how they respond to their opponent's attacks, and how they respond to their opponent building their case. Right, and there's actually 48 points that I use to score by total. And I'll review some of those points with these fine gentlemen and my secretary when the debate is over. And I hope the audience enjoys the nerdy portion of this debate, which will not be anything that the people who are debating will say, because they're not nerds. They're normal people. Dude's the most normal person I know.
I'll take that.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm going to step down and let Beth do her thing because she's moderating. The board secretary is filling her role as moderator. Thank you very much for having me. You'll see me again in like a little more than an hour.
All right, guys. As I was saying before, I'm going to drop back to the back. I do believe Anson's running timers, right? Anson, are you doing that? I don't know. He forgot to say before he ran away. Of course.
Yeah, of course I'm doing a timer, but you're gonna have to give me a minute because my timer tab crashed on me. So
we need to create a timer tab for me, and then I can do it too.
Yeah, I could do that, or you could make your own. You're very crafty.
Yeah, we'll get that figured out before the next debate that I have to moderate. Anyways, I'm gonna hop to the back, and he's gonna have timers going. I believe you're opening first, right?
Yes.
So you'll have 5 minutes to open. Then Emmett will have his 5 minutes. And then we're going to do 15-minute internal critiques, one at a time. Then you guys will have 20 minutes of open discussion on it. Everybody cool with that?
Yes,
Yep.
ma'am.
So what time do I need to set it at?
5 minutes. I bet I could come up with some really good jokes about honey-do lists. But anyways. So as soon as that timer's up here, I'll get out of here. If you see me pop up, you guys just, that means something's wrong and y'all need to fix it. And if not, then I have to go all mom on you. And then I feel bad. Okay. So
If you do pop up, say what's wrong. At least that way we'll know. But more than likely, we'll just be talking too damn much. More than likely.
if you're arguing with each other, I think you'll realize what's wrong. However, also please, be mindful about TOS, guys. Okay. Cussing's one thing, slurs are totally different. So, and use appropriate words where you need to. All right. Do have at it.
Yes, ma'am. My opponent is not interested in having a good faith debate. When I asked him what God is on trial here, he refused to name the God that he appeals to. Why would he do such a thing? This is a strategy to keep me from pinning him down to a particular God's morality, because depending on the God is how I know which set of moral tenets is in question. Because the Greek God's morality is different than the Islamic gods and differs from the Aztec gods, which even further convolutes the inquiry to the topic, where does morality come from? How do we know which God to take our morality from, and how do we know it's the right one? I bet you my opponent will claim to know. My opponent contends that morality originates from God, but I argue that such a claim rests on the assumption that he and men like him possess the exclusive knowledge of God's will. This position is inherently self-defeating. Why? Because when questioned, he will inevitably rely on religious texts or appeal to the so-called universal truths. Yet what he fails to grasp is that these texts are acknowledged even by scholars as the work of men. He would then claim divine inspiration. But isn't it simply just asking us to believe him still, a man, about the unprovable? On universal truths, he might argue that God inscribed these morals into our hearts. However, where does this leave us? Once again, believe in him, man's interpretation of divine action. So in principle, his position really validates my position that morality comes from man. And the only faith that is needed is that man will eventually get it right. My position is clear. Morality is the result of human consensus forced through trial and error over millennia. It is a phenomenon shaped by human experience, adaptation, and agreement, not by divine decree. This debate at its core is not about whether morality exists, but about its origins. And the evidence strongly suggests that morality is man-made, evolving as human societies have grown and adapted to ensure the survival and flourishing of communities. With all this being said, there is no debate. He cannot substantiate his position with any empirical evidence, but instead will ask you to have faith in said God, with him being the interpreting arbiter of truth, which he will accuse me of, and I will gladly accept. I'm going to give facts and he's going to give trust me scholarship. I contend that religion, aka God, has usurped morality, with humans projecting their ethical beliefs onto divine figures as a means of social cohesion and control and hierarchy. And I contend that the so-called evidence or sources that he provides, I could also use to make my argument, but he will not be able to use mine, which gives even more credence to my position. Another point to ponder is language and concepts evolve over time. As in, man is constantly refining and defining words and concepts, and morality is not immune to this fact. So what we believe to be morality today may not be tomorrow. And that, my friend, is the beauty of human experience, that it's not fixed. Etymology and dictionaries attest to so. If morality is from God and God is the giver of objective morality, then why would he create evil? How moral is that? This defeats his argument on his face because God cannot be objectively moral if he created evil. That's a blatant contradiction. Wouldn't hardship and strife suffice? Why would evil be necessary? This God, if he indeed exists, which is his faulty premise, is not moral. Even to make that claim, he cannot prove that his so-called God even exists in the first place. I don't have to prove my position. If I disprove his position, there is only one other option, and that's reality. So this is reality versus fantasy. He's going to tell me to prove morality doesn't come from God, excuse me, but the onus is on him. Every shred of evidence that he can provide only lays truth to my claim. Every ethic, philosophy, moral, law, policy has come from the mind of men, and he'll help me prove this.
Well done. Anson. There we go. Emmett, the floor is yours.
First of all, thank you so much, Beth. Thank you so much, too, for accepting the debate, and Anson for hosting us. We're going to go ahead and talk directly about the debate. And the debate is where the morality comes from. Okay. Now, we talk about morality. We're talking about a non-material claim. There's no object that we can find that is moral. We can go over there, look around, and say, this is the object of morality. So whenever we talk about claims, like empirical claims, it's impossible to have an empirical claim on morality, simply because we cannot find morality, we cannot taste it, we cannot measure it, we cannot go ahead and do anything with it. We are evaluating action in accordance to a standard. That's the point of morality, and the standard has to be higher to us. So that when we're evaluating the actions or our actions, we can confirm that we are either adhering to that standard, which will be good, or we are deviating from the standard, which should be evil. Thus, would a person that thinks all moral action comes from him do anything immoral? If all of the actions come from me and I am the standards, can anybody say that I'm doing anything immoral? Satanists will never believe so. For example, their actions are justified in their own preferences. They hold themselves as their own personal God, and all qualifications that we will give to their actions will fall on deaf ears. Who could judge a God? If they are the God and all the actions come from them and they decide what is moral, then none of what they do is immoral. But even them, those Satanists, have to presuppose that factually every moral standard is by definition God, or comes from God, better said. And I don't think this satisfies purely as an explanation. If anyone could just be their own God, morals in and of itself would lose all of their meaning. If everything is just my preference, then we don't have a standard. We just have whatever we prefer. If all actions were justified, who can say I did anything wrong? As I stated before, ethics are non-material, and as such, we cannot just treat them as nominalistic practices. They belong to metaphysical claims, and thus they hold transcendental properties. We'll hear appeals to God and morals all of the time, and in most cases, we agree at least the principles, in their principles. This calls for universality, and thus this calls for them to have the same properties that we find in logic. When we're talking about logic and the laws of logic, we all agree and we all find them universal. This argument, thus the argument for universal morality comes from God, will be twofold. The first argument is we must humble ourselves to admit any wrongdoing, since there's no human without wrongdoing. We all are humbling ourselves to a standard of good, or we're humbling ourselves to a standard of God. Ethics is a metaphysical concept. Metaphysical constructions are mind-dependent. Proper ethic principles do not depend on nominalistic minds, but are transcendental or universal. So the first conclusion would be ethics as metaphysical concepts are dependent on transcendental minds, and ethics as a second concept, conclusion, on transcendental mind, the mind of God. It's necessary to accept the fact that the standard of proper behavior must be provided by something greater than ourselves. Even Nietzsche agrees with it. Nietzsche would call the superhuman. What Nietzsche in his hubris for God is that the idea is older than his own interpretation. If God is the creator and thus he made on his image, then it comes to bear that he holds the perfect standard for behavior. God then is above human. Let's pretend all of this is pure hubris, and in fact, there is nothing but preference and nominalistic ideas of ethics. Then we ask where the standard comes from. My opponent has an evolutionary idea of where they come from. It's dependent on the survival of the group. Thus, everything that the creature, the group, and the individual will do to assure its survival will be considered to be moral. This creates a lot of contradictions that we'll see during the cross-examination. Now, he would say that progressive evolution ethic is the difference, but that is the case. Will not religion be necessary entitlement? Religion is an universal, constant human society, and thus the standard as a process of evolution would be that men have evolved ethics to be under the concept of God. I want to address really quickly the bad faith argument. If you didn't like the prompt, you could have and should have not agreed to a debate until we agreed to a proper topic so that it was good faith on both sides. And with this, I hope we can have a good debate.
Well done, guys. All right. Dude, you are up for an internal critique. So Emmett's going to ask you a bunch of questions, and you got to answer them. Have fun, gentlemen. I'm going back to the back.
What's
Are you
the
ready?
time for this, gentlemen? Is it 12 minutes?
15. 15 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Are we
Let's
ready?
go. Yeah, the clock has started.
Perfect. So, first of all, do you believe in the idea that ethics are evolutionary, like they evolve with time?
Yes.
And you think they are dependent on the survival of the group or the individual?
No, I think it's the other way around.
Do you think they're dependent on the destruction of the group or the individual?
No, I think you asked me, are ethics dependent on the survival of the group? And I said the survival of the group is dependent on ethics.
Okay, so if a group, let's say that you have two groups, one survives and one doesn't. One has a set term of ethics and the other has a different set of ethics. The ethic that is correct is the one that survived?
Not necessarily. No, not necessarily. Because it depends on why people die. You can have ethics and still do the wrong thing, as you know. You can have good moral ethics and still make bad decisions.
So they're not dependent on evolution then?
I said yes.
So evolution is dependent on the survival of the fittest, right? That's the basic entitlement of evolution.
I don't believe in Darwin's theory of evolution, but I do believe in evolution nonetheless.
So it's not about survival then?
No, evolution is not.
Are you using a completely different proprietary term of evolution then? It has nothing to do with the survival of the fittest?
No, I don't think. I think evolution is neutral, right? Darwin got that wrong.
Yeah.
That evolution is about survival of the fittest because that is man's interpretation of what he sees out in nature. But that don't mean that's what nature is.
If you have two species, one has a specific advantage and is surviving over a similar species, okay, and let's say 100,000 years later, only the species with the advantage is in existence.
Mm-hmm.
Would you call that an evolutionary improvement?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So it has to do with survival?
No, it has to do with adaptation.
Yeah, but if let's say that they adapt something that is completely relevant, and 100,000 years later, only the ones that didn't evolve that are in existence, would you say that's a problem with evolution?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
You have in the last hypothetical, we had a species that evolved something that helped them survive. Okay, and in this new hypothetical, we have a species that evolved something that didn't help them survive at all.
Okay.
In one, we said that it was beneficial for the species and thus they survived. In the other one, that would be unhelpful and would be a waste. Wouldn't you call that?
I don't know if it'd be a waste, but if things perish, and I don't know if it's a positive or a negative, but that's just the way of the world. I don't know if it would be a waste.
So you don't believe in evolutionary ethics then at all?
In what sense?
Well, I don't understand. Like, the basic entitlement of evolution has to do with survival. That's the whole point.
Yeah, but
like
you're
if you
trying to
have a species and you're holding to the idea of evolution is that they are using and they're trying to take different traits in order for the best traits to be the ones that keep being in existence.
Correct.
And all of the other traits that are completely non-relevant or bad, they are not in existence anymore.
I see what you're saying. You're conflating two things because
I'm not conflating two things. I'm adjusting to the idea. I'm adjusting to the idea of evolution. And you called it evolution. I'm gonna go ahead and hold you accountable to the idea of evolution. If you're doing a proprietary term, I like, how would I know what you mean then?
Yeah. So whenever you says a species has an advantage, according in Darwin's view, right? Because we're not talking about my view. You're talking about evolution as the way Darwin see it. Darwin is talking about Darwin is talking about biological advantages, right? Not psychological advantages. So you're conflating the biological with psychological.
No, it includes two. If you have a species and that species has is evolving in a social way, and that social evolution allows them to have a better like an advantage for their survival, I would include that into evolution. And in fact, you are including that into evolution because you're saying that ethics, which is not a biological thing, are evolving.
No, I never said ethics wasn't a biological thing. I said that wasn't included in Darwin's theory. Darwin was talking strictly on physical advantages. But what is the question specifically that you're trying to ask me?
I'm not asking about Darwin. I didn't bring up Darwin. I'm asking about evolution. Do you think ethics evolved?
I do.
Do you think, okay, is that biological?
Yes, but the distinction was what I'm trying to tell you, because you said, because let me respond to the second part of your question, because you said if another species doesn't evolve and if it perishes, right? But it depends on what trait that they got that wasn't beneficial. You know what I'm saying? So
no, I don't understand what you're saying. We're going back. You think ethics are biological?
Yes.
Yeah, where in biology do you find ethics?
It will be within the brain, within the soft sciences like neurology.
Within the brain? Can you tell me which part of the brain is the one that is the one that allows us to like see ethics or measure them?
You can't see any social constructs in the world within no science. No.
What is biology?
Biology is the study of the body.
So you're saying that ethics are biological, but you cannot see them because they're social construction?
Correct, but the brain does create ethics, but just because we can't see the brain creating ethics doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Yeah, I said the brain creating ethics doesn't mean they don't exist.
We can see the brain. If we're talking about a biological fact, then we should be able to go into biology and see the actual tissue and tell this is the part of ethics. Are you able to substantiate that claim?
No, because again, ethics is a social construct, which is a product of the brain, like love and government. None of these things, all of these things, the brain made up, but you wouldn't be able to go into the brain and see them. It's abstract.
Yeah, because they're not biological, right?
They are a product of the brain.
Yeah, but they're not biological, right?
Yeah, but ethics is a biological product of the brain.
they wouldn't be biological. You wouldn't be able to go into a microscope and say this is the 3 neurons of ethics. Could you?
Ethics is a biological product of the brain.
Okay. Do you think mathematics are products of the brain?
It's a dispute in science that
It's a dispute.
we don't know where math comes from. We don't know that if math is innate in nature, if it's out there in nature, or man created it. No one knows the answer to that. There's no scientific consensus on that.
Let's say that humans did not exist. Do you think 2 + 2 = 4?
Do I think that 2 + 2 = 4?
No. If humans do not exist, do you think 2 + 2 = 4?
No, because if humans didn't exist, math wouldn't exist.
So you think that it's just pure nominalism, right?
Pure what?
Nominalism. It depends on the mind of the people that are in existence.
Yeah, if there's no math, then who's going to be doing the mathing? Even if humans,
What I mean is,
I'm sorry.
What I mean is, if you believe that there is no truth to the matter, it's just dependent on the people that are doing whatever on the people. So if a person was able to say 2 + 2 = 5, and he was nominalistic and he's using himself as a reference point, you wouldn't say he's wrong. He just did it in his own way, right?
I never claimed that there was no truth in that matter. I just said if there's no humans, there's no people to do the math.
Yeah, but if it depends directly on the mind that's doing the math, then if the mind decides that 2 + 2 = 5, what would be wrong with it?
I don't understand what that has to do. Maybe that is the case, but I don't understand what you're.
Okay,
what you're
maybe that is the
math.
case. Well, I was coming with the idea that there is no such thing as a nominalistic set of ethics, because if it comes to a point where anybody can decide what is good or what is bad, and they have a reference point and it doesn't exist outside it, then there's no way that you could tell me that it's wrong. And in fact, you conceded to that. You said that 2 + 2 can equal 5 if a mind just says that equals 5.
No,
right?
I agree with your premise. I just granted that, but you conflating math with ethics. So the difference between the two is ethics and morality doesn't have a system to say, are methods. There's no methods to morality. There are methods to math. There's a mathematical systems, right?
You
can't take ethics and say this plus this equals good. This plus this equals bad.
No, we do have methods. We have a bunch of religions, and all of the religions have a specific claims of morality, and they have ways, and they can come up with descriptions and ideas of morality. In fact, I can go ahead and use the same idea that you had when it came to evolution, to say evolution created a social way with which people are under, that is religion. They're under God, and they can decide what is good or what is bad. And these become universal claims, and they are not mind dependent. They're not biological. They're not mind dependent on humans. They're mind dependent on a greater mind. That is the standard. That would be God.
But
you disagree with the idea of evolution creating these institutions for men?
I will agree with your premise of what you just said, the statement of what you just said, right? Because you said that you have the methods are dependent on the religion, but what if you have two religions that are contradictory in their morals? What then?
Well, the point of this debate is to go ahead and give the idea that God is a necessary precondition to morality. If we are seeing that all societies have a God, and this idea of God is the solution to the methodology of what is actually good, then you would have to concede on the idea that there is in fact a God, and it depends on God.
Yeah, I would concede that there is a God, but you said societies have a God, but that's not the truth of the matter, because societies all have different gods. So that's not a God, right?
It's a God.
That's what you say, but if you ask somebody in Islam, they wouldn't say their God is the same God as Christianity. If you ask the people of Aztec, they wouldn't say their God is the same God as Islam. So
I can agree that there is this you have this nominalistic idea of God, but they are under the idea of God, all of them. They have this thing that is above man, which can be considered God, that puts up the standard to morality. And that is, I would say that is an evolution construction that was done during all of this time to create the distinction and to be able to say this is good and this is bad and why.
I will
Do
concede.
you have a problem with the idea of religion and God being a product of evolution, especially of evolution in morality?
I will concede to the point that all of these religions do have a God, but the topic is morality, and all these gods have different morality. That's
and
the
religion,
question. That's what's the question. But we're talking about morality.
Talking about morality. All of the religions, all they do is about morality. Yes.
So it's all different morality, and your claim is that morality is from an objective God, but all these gods have different objective moralities.
No,
they don't.
I'm not claiming. I'm claiming that
objective
my claim is that
all the gods don't have different objective moralities.
My claim is that it depends on God and the idea of God, and every single one of them is dependent on God. One last thing, this is my last question to you. When we go ahead and say that they're dependent on the idea of God, like morality is dependent on the idea of God, do you have any other explanation when it comes to evolution to say they're not dependent on the idea of God? Ethics?
Yes.
Which one?
Man created morality.
Very nice. Very nicely done. Now you've got 15 minutes to do an internal critique on Emmett's position. So you guys are doing great, by the way. Thank you for, letting me chill. We'll see if it continues. I appreciate you. Have fun, boys.
All right. So, what is the so-called God we are talking about, so I can know whose morals to question, so we can have a good faith debate, pun intended.
We're talking about whether it comes from God or not. The idea is not that you're gonna go interrogate my beliefs.
No. So what's in question? Excuse me. I'm asking the question. Morals are in question, right?
Mm-hmm.
And morals morals is the topic. Morals come from God.
Well, it's the same thing.
Morals come from God.
Yeah.
So which God is in question?
They all need to come from God, because that's the only possible way that we can say something is
which
good.
God is in question?
Whichever you want. You have a God, and you're dependent. Your morals are dependent on your idea of God.
I can choose whichever God that I want
in this debate.
So we're talking about the Aztec God. So it's good to do human sacrifice. That's more. And the God that I'm talking about, right? I can take people up and then throw them into a volcano. That's moral. That's moral.
As an evolutionary way.
Is that moral? The question is it moral?
Hey, boys. Dude, you got to let him answer the questions if you're going to ask him. Okay? He's trying, and then you're cutting him off. Give him a second longer.
When it comes to evolutionary ethics, yes, that would be the way that I would see it. Because the ones that are in charge and that survive the ordeal are the ones that are doing the correct thing according to evolution.
No, I'm not talking about evolutionary ethics. I'm talking about ethics according to image, right? So if ethics is in question, then God is in question, and I need to know what God that these morals are coming from, right? Because otherwise, how can we have objective morality if I don't know which God that is coming from? Because you already conceded that different gods have different morality.
It comes from God.
But different gods have different objective morality?
Yes. And I already
conceded that point. Next point. There's no such thing.
Can I answer your question or not?
Having several gods have an objective morality. Next question.
Okay, I can't answer.
I didn't ask the question. You conceded. Next question.
No, I went on ahead and I tried to answer.
No, I never asked the question.
You didn't allow me to.
So I I did not. I said I'm going to the next question. I didn't ask a question.
You
You
did ask me a
conceded
question.
that
Okay.
you know that multiple gods have objective morality,
I was gonna
and you
answer
conceded, and I
your
said
question,
okay.
and you didn't allow me to answer the question.
You
Okay, if you want to
you
have a
I
good
just said what my
debate, you
question
can
was.
allow me to answer.
So I'm
questions.
continuing to my next
Hey,
question.
hang on, Emmett.
It's
make
eating up
some
my
notes.
time.
Make some notes. Take it up.
It's eating up my time. So Homo sapiens have been around for at least 200,000 years. Do you believe that 200,000 years is enough time through trial and error for humans to come up with some kind of moral universal code that looks like the morality that you subscribe to from your God today? Is it possible that 200,000 years is enough time for humans to come up with some type of moral system that is possibly can look like the one that we have today, or you have today?
Can I answer now?
You eating up my time. You a filibuster. Let's
Well,
go.
I don't know. I'm asking you. Can I
Let's
answer? The
go.
question
Answer the
now?
question.
Possible. Everything is possible. So if you're gonna ask me a possibility fallacy question, yeah, sure.
Thank you. So what do you say about non-theistic societies like Confucianism, China, or like maybe like the Buddhists, or they went for like 2,000 years plus without believing in a supernatural being. And according to like the 2024 Global Peace Index, 9 out of 10 countries in the top 10 most peaceful nations are secular religious countries, right? The only country that's in that top 10 is Malaysia, and it's at the very bottom. And what do you say about this? So if morality stems from God and the top 10 most peaceful nations are secular nations, what does this say about morality and coming from God?
They're not secular. This is a very new index, and what we're seeing is that all of these were or are Christian nations. Most of the people are Christian, and they're following that kind of morality.
Oh, so you are discrediting the source of the Global Peace Index, which, if anybody looks it up, can see that it's the most credible index that we have
When was it created?
To this type of situation.
When
so
was it created?
He's just discrediting the index.
You don't remember when was it created?
Regardless of when it was created, this is what they is what they came up with. So according to the Global Peace Index, the top 10 nations are the most peaceful. The top 10 most peaceful nations are secularist nations.
You don't remember when it was created?
So to the next question, right?
Okay.
So what's up with the religious? So what's up with all the moral diversity, right? If religion is objective, if God's morality is objective, then what's up with all the moral diversity? Universal morals, universal moral norms are better explained as a result of human evolution. For instance, principles like cooperation, fairness, enhance our groups and societies that enforce social norms.
Listen, if you want,
you can't interrupt me while I'm asking you a question. I got to get to it. I can take as long as I want. Excuse me. I am, but you got to let me get to it. I can build up to it, right?
Can you ask me a question? I don't know. I didn't do this to you. I asked you questions. I allowed you to answer them.
I can build up my questions.
Filibuster.
I can build up my questions. You filibustering right now. You filibustering right now.
Boys, listen. Here it is. Ask precise, concise. I'm going to kill my internet. Ask precise, concise questions. All this stuff can go on in the open panel. Okay?
He filibustering. I should be able to lead up to my questions. I should be able to give context. Just let me finish. I'm trying to continue. I can say that he's filibustering. You got to be quiet. You got to be quiet so I can continue. See, he's filibustering. I can give leading questions.
Yeah, if you want to give
against
a
the rules.
speech,
You filibustering. How do you explain the differences between moral codes of different gods and denominations, and how do we choose which ones?
Which ones? What do you mean, which ones?
Exactly what that means. You filibustering. You don't have an answer.
I don't know which ones. What do you mean with your question?
That's the question that I'm asking you. So, how do you explain the differences between different moral codes of different gods and denominations, and how do we know which one is right?
Well, me directly, I would go ahead and use the basic idea of Christianity that you will know them by their fruits. That would be the way of knowing.
Oh, so you can know by the fruits. What
Yes.
are the fruits that Christianity bears that you know that it is the correct one?
Peace would be one of them. Love, contentment, being able to have a family, being able to reproduce, being able to have a proper society and not be going ahead and deleting each other. That would be the way for me to know it, for example.
So
Not
this
being a
is not
perpetual victim,
so
taking up your cross.
any religion will make the same claims that will
No, I
go to
don't
their
think so.
religion. Every religion will make those same claims. All
No.
right.
Can you prove that? Can you
So
prove me that every religion would make the same claim, that you would know them by the fruits and you would have this kind of basic understanding, like going
I'm going
ahead
on
and
to. I'm
taking
not
your
answering
cross?
your question. You're answering mine. So I'm going on to the next
All
one.
right. Yes.
The evolution of moral codes over time, such as the widespread condemnation of slavery and things like this, and secular frameworks increasingly replace religious ones. The Global
It was
Peace
thanks to
Index
this.
proves this point, does it not? Does it not prove the point that that if secular nations, right, are more peaceful than religious nations, if this is the truth, right? You don't take the stat
It
to
is
be true.
false.
But I'm saying
Yeah, it
if
is
it
false.
is, doesn't that prove that? Doesn't it
No,
prove that
because it's false.
secular? How do you know it's false?
If
How do
you're
you know
asking
it's
me,
false?
this is a
This is my
fallacy.
question. How do you know
If
it's
you're
false?
asking me, if you are asking me, do you believe in this fallacy? I would say it's not true.
I didn't ask you that. But how do
Yes,
you know that it's false?
you're asking me. I'm rejecting
I'm asking
your
you this.
hypothetical because the
How do you know it's
hypothetical is
false?
false.
How do you know that it's false?
Because you're using a thing that was created 5 seconds ago and that doesn't say what you think it says.
So another bogus claim. I want y'all to look that up. It don't say what I think it says, and it's something that was created 5 seconds ago. You know what I'm
It
saying?
was created 5 seconds ago.
So you made the claim that if morality is subjective by man, then man being the standard somehow makes morality not as not as good as God. Did I say that correctly? Would you agree to that?
I don't know your question. Could you repeat that to clarify it?
What is wrong with subjective morality?
What is wrong with subjective? That there is no way that we can verify if the claim is either good or bad.
So if humans come together and create the standard,
yeah. What if?
We do.
The problem is
No. Hold on. You said there's no way that we could, and I gave you an example that we do.
Way. No,
but we do.
But yeah, when was the last time we went on and created the compendium of morality?
You can take the legal system for example, right? Laws.
You think the laws
stand
in for moral systems.
I do.
You think that law is moral? Is that your claim? Your law
in a general sense. In a general sense, yes.
Oh, so you have absolutely no problem with slavery then, right?
I do, but I already told you that ethics evolve, morals evolve. So, but you said that we couldn't do it. But I gave you an example of how it is. I gave you an example of how it is. So, man,
I don't
man
want
do create the standard, right? Men do state the standard. But what about things such as like etymology, right? Dictionaries, right? We know that words and concepts evolve over time. Doesn't this give credence that morality does too? Like man created morality as a social construct. Why does it not?
It depends on the reason why there's evolution on the things. Like if you can go ahead and say, well, there's a different way that we look at language now than before. But I don't think there's any way that we can say, oh, there's a different way I see murder now than I see murder before.
What?
Yeah.
What?
You can go ahead and have a word change over time. For example, gender. Okay, gender is not the same as what we used 15 years ago, but murder is not something that can just change. The concept is still the same now as it was 6,000 years ago.
No, I agree with that, but that doesn't imply that
Oh,
there
you
is an
agree with that?
objective
Okay.
morality, right? Because
No,
humans came together and agreed that murder was wrong universally. To me,
you
that
you
implies
think
that there is an
humans got
evolutionary
together?
moral ethic in man's mind, not that there's an objective moral
You
reality
think the
from God.
Aztecs? You think the Aztecs that we went at the beginning got together and just decided they were going to murder people and it was going to be fine? And you're trying to tell me that you think 6,000 years ago it was the same?
So you said that you would go with the Christian morals and ethics, all right? Whenever I asked you, so do you mind if we go over some scripture right quick and you tell me
No.
how moral these scriptures are? So are you
Yeah,
familiar
sure.
with Deuteronomy 22, 28 through 29? If a man finds a damsel that is a virgin, which is not brothel, and lay a hold of her, he shall give unto damsel's father 50 shekels of silver, and she shall be his wife. So this is implying that if a
So
man grape a
you
woman,
think
and if he give, excuse me, I'm not finished. If a man grapes a woman and he gives the father's shekels, and it's okay for the man to marry the woman, that is that
does
moral?
it say rape? Grape?
Is that
Does it say
moral?
grape? Does it say grape?
It says take hold of her.
Take hold. What if she wanted to? Is it implied that it's just grape?
Yes. Whenever you look at the
No.
commentary of the
It
Christian
isn't.
Bible, it says that this is great.
Okay, so when you go ahead and you have relationships with a woman, is it better that you go ahead, go to its father, marry her, have a family, or just leave her?
No, that wasn't my question. My question to you is if a man takes hold of a
You
woman,
don't
is it
understand. You
okay
don't
that
understand the
he gives the
concept.
father
That's
some
the
money in
problem.
order to marry her? Is that moral?
Yeah. I think it's
That's
better
moral?
for the woman to
Okay,
be
let me
married
look at
than to
moral.
be soiled and discarded.
All right. So let me ask you about Samuel, 1
You
Samuel
think it's better for the
53 and
woman to
3.
be discarded?
You answered the question. That's fine. You believe that if a man takes hold of a woman, he can just
Yeah,
buy her from the father.
especially when it's not necessarily rape because it doesn't
Oh,
say rape. You're just making shit up.
all right. So all you
Go
have to
ahead.
do is look at the Bible commentary, and it will tell you.
Yeah, the Bible
So now
commentary that
Samuel
you
1,
believe in
15.
that says
Excuse me.
whatever you want to
I
say.
gotta ask my second question. You can't just filibuster. So
I'm
now
you are doing that on your own.
filibuster.
You
Well,
just did that on your own. You went on ahead and made
Nah, you listening to the comments.
never really going on ahead.
I have
Nah,
great news.
it's you.
It's
I don't know
simple.
how you can
useless
listen to the
question.
comments because everybody's kind of talking smack to a bit. It's a 50-50 in the comments, but I've got great news. You guys got 20 minutes to yell at each other now. Any questions you
Yeah.
didn't get out, have at it. I'm going to stay back and just kind of let y'all, not quite kill each other, please. Please.
So
Just get
does
along.
God command genocide in the Bible?
What do you mean by genocide? Do you mean the story
So
about the Canaanites?
no.
Mhm.
Samuel 1, 15 and 3. It
The
says,
story about
now
the Canaanites?
goes. Yeah. It
Yeah.
says, now go and smite Amalek and utterly destroy all that have, and spare them not, but slay
What
both
did they
man,
do?
woman, infant, and suckling. Slay
Oh,
both man, woman, infant, and suckling.
can I ask you a question regarding that? Let's say that you have
No,
a nation.
no. I
No, no,
want you
no,
to answer my
wait.
question first.
It
Answer my
depends on what
question
they did.
first.
Yeah, it depends on what they did.
Oh, it depends
Yeah.
on what they did, and genocide is okay.
It depends on the idea of genocide. Yeah, it can be justified at some
Oh,
points.
justify genocide for me, please.
Well,
This is the moral image, right? The objective
can I
morality.
answer the question? My God, I'm
This is
taking
the
over
objective
here.
image.
You are gonna go ahead, and then you have a bunch of people that are doing horrible things. Let's say that they are going and raping every woman and killing their children that they had with another person. And then you have an option. You can go there and stop them, or you cannot. But if you go there and stop them, for example, they can go ahead and take these little kids and be like cowards, like the cowards that they are, and use them as shields. If they're using them as shields, would you commit violence against them or not?
I would not.
You would
Uh,
not.
I
You're in the
would
middle of
not.
a war.
I
You're with your
wouldn't.
squad.
I would
They're
not.
shooting at you. Will you shoot back?
I would not agree to genocide infants.
My
I would not
God,
genocide
you
infants.
will not
And this is
answer
a
the
person that's
question.
coming
What a
about.
coward.
This is the
What
person
a
talking
Hey,
about
hey,
objective
hey,
morality.
Hey, y'all need to not use that G word and not use the R word y'all were using earlier. Those are TOS words. Y'all can use other words that aren't that.
I've been using grape.
Me too. So
Okay.
anyhow, he
You
just
will not-
agreed that
you will not
if
use- you will
upon
not answer the
exception,
question.
and depending on what happened,
No, you will not answer the
xenocide is acceptable. He said, depending on the circumstances, anybody that has any kind of
Let's
inkling
say-
of morality
asked you
would
a very
not
specific
agree
question.
that it's
You are
a
in a
good thing,
squad.
that it's moral to delete babies.
Let's
This is
put it
this
this
is
way.
the person that's talking about
Let's-
objective
let's
morality from
put
this
it-
guy.
Let's put it this way: you are in a squad. You are a soldier. You're okay. They chose to stop whatever bad thing another people were doing. You're going in there. They have babies strapped on, okay, and they are shooting at you. Will you shoot back?
This is not the case in the Bible, so there's no need to engage in a hypothetical.
don't
That
know
never
that.
happened.
Oh my
These
God,
people
you're not
just
gonna answer
went
the
and
question.
deleted babies.
Okay, you're not gonna answer the
Genocide.
question.
You feel me? So that didn't
can't-
happen. So we don't have to
you
engage in that
can't-
hypothetical. So you
Yeah, you're not
agree
gonna
that
answer the
genocide is
You would
okay in
just allow
certain
them-
circumstances. You
you
agree
would
that
just
it's
allow
okay in
them-
certain. You
No.
agree.
You
You agree that
would
it's
do-
okay. How
What you would do
moral?
if
The
you would just allow
moral
them to do
image.
whatever, you would just allow them to do whatever they want. They would go ahead and
I would not
rape,
delete
and they would
babies.
go ahead and delete all of these people, and you would be okay with it. And if I ask you a hypothetical about using force to stop them, you will not answer it because you think you're so moral. Oh my God, I will not go ahead and soil my hands with the hypothetical because
You
I don't want to look
filibustering,
bad.
bro.
That
You
is the reason.
filibustering.
That is the
You're gonna
reason
give
why
the
we're
extreme. You're gonna give the extreme. You're gonna give the extreme hypothetical
No,
with
it's
somebody
not even
strapping
extreme.
babies
It's
to their
happening
chest,
right
and we're
now.
talking about the Bible, which that never happened.
It's
And God
happening-
commanded
it's
some people
happening
to
right
go
now.
delete
It's not an
babies, and you said
thing.
that it's okay. Why are you talking over me? I didn't talk over you. I just let you. I let you
It's-
talk, and then I talked over
It's
you.
not.
So
It's
we're not talking
extreme.
about. So we're not
happening
talking
right now.
about men strapping babies to their chest and
Yes,
going into
it's
war.
happening
No,
right
we're talking about God commanding people to go delete babies, right?
God
And you said
commanded
that
that they go
acceptable.
over there, they
Yeah.
wage war, and they go ahead and
And kill and
kill
delete the babies.
these people for
Delete
what
babies.
they were doing. Which you know
Delete
what
babies. Delete babies. See, just
they
say
were
it.
deleting. These people were deleting.
And that's
babies.
moral. And that's
Guys.
moral.
These people were deleting babies. They were throwing them. They were burning them alive. That's what they were doing. You didn't know that, right?
Is that moral?
Stopping people from deleting babies? Yes, it is.
No,
Even
is
if you
deleting
have to
babies
kill most of
moral?
them, it is. Yes,
Deleting babies is moral.
stopping people from deleting babies is.
I didn't. Why you keep
moral.
changing the
If
question?
you
You
have-
filibuster.
You have.
Why
If
you
you
keep
have.
changing the question? Everybody can
Okay,
see what you're
Let me
doing.
put it this way, because you
Everybody
don't know
can
the
see what
story.
you're doing. So let's just go on to the
You're
next
not
question. Since you don't want to
understanding.
answer the question
Oh my
honestly,
God.
and this is coming from the moral
Let me
person who don't want
done,
to
so
have
you
a
can-
debate
so I can
in
answer
good
your
faith.
question.
He can't even answer the question in good faith.
Well, yeah, let me know
That's
when you're
what we're
done, so I
doing
can
here.
answer your question.
I
Whenever
mean,
you're done.
I tried to let you answer 3 times in a row, and each time you changed
Let
my
me know.
question to what you wanted it to be.
Go ahead,
So
prattle
let's
more.
not do that. And so, and
Go ahead,
also
prattle
the
as
next
long as
thing
you want me
is
to, and then
the
when
next
you
thing
do,
is when we talk about there is no
you're not
standard.
understanding. You're not understanding your question. You can prattle.
I
as
know
you
you're just
want,
going off
and
of
then
what
when
Beth
you're
say in
done,
the
let me
chat,
know.
but I understand it very well.
No,
And
you
then
don't
you talk
understand
about
it. You don't know the
why.
context. That's why you're just why you're destroying yourself on this question.
Okay, so you also said divine
You're
authority.
gonna
We need
move
some
on?
type of why
Allow
you
me
gotta
to answer?
filibuster over me. I'll let you talk and then you try to
And I'm
talk over
supposed to
me.
be bad faith. I'm supposed to be the bad faith one.
Can we
But you
talk
don't
about
allow
the
me to
debate?
answer your question. Okay.
Can we
Two
talk about the
times.
debate?
2 times completely bad faith.
I'm trying to talk about the debate. So you
You-
talk
yo,
about divine
You want
authority.
to talk about the debate? How about you allow me to answer your
Filibuster.
question, and that's we can go
Filibuster.
ahead and
Filibuster.
filibuster. What does that mean, due diligence? What does
Filibuster.
filibustering means?
So you said that we have to have some type of divine standard. Why is that necessary to have a divine standard?
Have you ever done anything wrong?
Answer my question first, bro.
I'm
You
trying
can't answer a
to.
question with a question.
because you need to be under somebody. You need to be under the idea of God in order to be able to humble yourself to accept that you've done anything wrong. That's
So
why.
that's a faulty premise. You say that we
It's
have
not a faulty
to.
premise.
You said
You
it.
have
Hold
to.
on. Let me respond to what you said. You said that you have
You-
to. That is a lie. You do not have to be subjected to nobody in order to have some type of authority, right? You don't have
No.
to, but that works.
have-
But it doesn't have to be a divine authority. That was my question, right?
Yeah,
You
you
said
do have to.
you don't have to be under a divine authority. You have to be
No,
under
you
an
have-
authority.
No,
A divine
like-
authority?
The idea once again is metaphysical. Okay, and these standards have to be metaphysical, and they cannot be given by a material point. So whenever you go
Hold
ahead
on.
and you say I did something wrong according to this standard, you're humbling yourself to an idea of God. That's
Okay, let me respond. Because he keeps saying that you have to. There has
have
to be a divineness. But we know that nations have gone along and get along fine without divine authority, without subjecting themselves to a higher authority. People get
nation?
on. Stop. People get
Which
along
nation?
just fine on social contract. So it
Which
doesn't have to
nation?
be. So that was another bogus lie. It doesn't have to
Which
be, because
nation?
people have done it throughout history all the time. That's bogus.
Oh my God! Which nation?
I named 10 of them at the beginning. The top 10 most peaceful
That's
nations in the world
10?
get along just fine without it.
The ones that were started being counted in 2007 and oral Christian in their bases.
Why does it matter when does they be counted? Why does that matter?
Why does it matter? Because when all of these started and when all of your amazing knowledge appears to be appearing, is when people like you that are denying the idea of God and that created their own standards according to their preference started creating these little data sets that say the contrary to what they're claiming. Denmark, this nation, Denmark, is so secular and is the one that is the most peaceful of them all. And they're forgetting all of the underlying ideas of Denmark, all of the underlying the Christian values that impregnate the society.
What is your source? What is your source?
What is your source? It's the
I
same
gave
one.
you my source.
Exactly the same
I gave you my.
It's a
What is
global
your source?
peace index. Let's see. I have.
No, I said, what is your source?
Amazing. The
So
first,
you don't have a source. We have to believe him. So
Iceland
just
is the
like
first one. Ireland is the
like
second
him
one.
in my opening
Austria is
statement,
the
I said
third
we
one.
would have to believe
Oh,
Emmett.
Denmark.
Emmett
is the
speaks for
eighth
God.
one.
So can I? You can say what you want to say, but I asked you for your source, and then you asked me for mine as if you didn't have it.
We're talking about your peace index thing. It's obviously we're talking about your source. Denmark is
No,
8.
I asked you for your source that my source wasn't correct. You just made that up on the fly.
In your source, it says
No,
that
I asked you
it
what is
was
your source.
created in 2007.
No, you said that my source was a lie. That doesn't
Your
prove that it's a
source
lie.
It was created in 2007. That's the
So
point.
it doesn't prove that it's a lie. So let me ask you another
No,
question, right?
That doesn't prove that when was it created?
So it doesn't prove that it's a lie.
Created?
So my other question
When
to
was
you
your source
is,
created?
my other question to you is,
awesome.
so you
I'm not
keep,
gonna answer questions.
you
I'm not
keep,
gonna answer the questions. I won't answer your questions either. Why would I?
that wasn't the
You're
question.
gonna be as bad faith as you have been, then I can just be as bad faith as
You just being filibustering because I'm getting you. It's
are.
okay. You can spaz out.
Filibustering.
Go ahead and spaz
You're
out.
the same thing.
Go ahead and spaz out. So he keeps making this claim that it has to be, but anybody that has sense know that it does not have to be, right? And so he wants to make the claim.
Why? Doesn't it
that
have to be? But you don't
you
like
have-
it? That's the point.
No, because I gave some empirical data that people get along just fine without it.
What is the empirical data? The fact that in 2007, one millionaire guy decided that he was going to go ahead and use a complete made-up system to say which countries he liked best.
Yeah,
Is
that's
that
what
your
you said.
point?
That's what you said.
It's not what it said. In 2007, it was created. Steve Killea is the one that created it. He's a very rich man from Australia. That's the whole point.
So in
No,
order to have the
no.
position that you have, so in order to have the position that you have to know that God exists. Do you not?
No. I just
You
have
don't?
to. I just go ahead and create the idea that there must be transcendental, like the transcendental positions, in order for me to be able to line up why ethic is important and why they shouldn't be changed according to my preferences. And I can humble myself and say, "Hey, you know what? I need these bases and these principles in order for me to ground morality. If I don't ground it, then I
Okay.
have morality. It becomes
Okay.
whatever I want."
So you don't have to know that God exists in order to have objective morality, right?
No, you don't have to.
Okay, right.
It's
You don't
not
have to.
dependent
So let
on
me ask you
me.
this then. So let me ask you the follow up. So if you don't have to know, why not just give it to humans then? You know what I'm saying? Like that's the only other options. You know what I'm saying? If you don't know, hold on. If you don't know that your God even exists, right? And what we do know is humans exist and they create moral codes, they create policy, they create law. Why do we have to have faith in God instead of just having faith in ourselves? Let's just give it to ourselves.
No, because we don't have faith in ourselves. That's the point. The whole point
you don't have faith in
No,
ourselves.
no. Are you gonna let
You
me
don't.
answer the question? Okay. The point is, we are people that are finite. We are not infinite, and your wisdom is not amazing and great, and it's not the greatest thing in the world. Even if you want to believe that, you are. Okay. The whole point.
I get it.
The whole point of the idea of having a transcendental is that it's bigger than you. Is that it holds the standard across time, across generations, and across multiplicity.
Okay. So, like I said in my opening argument, ladies and gentlemen, we have to believe Emmett, right? Because Emmett is the interpreting arbiter for God. Excuse me. So we have to believe Emmett. How else do we know that this God? So stop filibustering. Every time I get to spanking you, you get to spazzing. So just sit back and relax. It's gonna hurt, Emmett. It's gonna hurt. So just
I don't go ahead.
Every time
I've never gone ahead and taken your position.
You gotta let me talk. I just let you go.
No, I'm not gonna let you talk because
we have to believe in it, right?
You are misrepresenting the whole idea. I don't have to let you talk when I went on ahead and tell you just a second ago that it's bigger than me and it doesn't depend on me and it's a transcendental point, and you go ahead and spaz about, oh, we have to believe Emmett. Do you understand the difference? Do you understand the difference between a transcendental idea and me, who I am not transcendental, I am finite?
Where are you getting the transcendental idea from? Where does it come from?
It comes from logic. It comes from definitional. The whole argument I gave
comes from logic?
It's a logical argument. Yes,
I thought
you want to God. The argument?
I thought transcendental ideas come from God.
Transcendentalists have to do with logic. If you don't have a transcendental point, you cannot do logic.
Okay, so we can have logic without God, though.
Do you think that the laws of logic
can have logic without God, though? Can we have logic without God?
No. Do you think?
Oh my goodness!
Do you think logic depends on me?
How can you prove that? How do you know we can't have logic without
because
God?
The laws of logic are, even if I don't exist, and even if any human exists, let's say that the earth didn't exist, it was just a husk rock that nothing lived, will the identity of the sun be the identity of the sun?
Who created the laws of logic?
God. In fact, is the essence of It's his essence. It's part of his nature. Okay, so I'm going to ask you again because you didn't answer. Let's say
that God give logic to? Who did God give logic to?
Was completely gone and destroyed, and it didn't exist, and humans did not exist. Will the sun be something else than the sun?
I'm trying to figure out how we get to this point. I don't want to just grant you to get to that point. I don't want to grant you to get to that point because I have to believe Emmett. Emmett is the arbiter,
I have
the
to
interpreting arbiter of God. Yes, you do.
Have to believe
That's my position. That's my position.
I have to believe you that believes that if humans did not exist, the sun would be a completely different star. Like, no, I don't know, the most massive star in the universe. And they can just switch positions anytime they want because identity doesn't sustain it. It's not sustainable. Thank you.
So Emmett is the interpreting arbiter of God. So if you want to
No,
know God's objective
you
morality,
think
you have to listen
humans
to Emmett
are
because
the
he has it.
interpreter and arbiters. I think God is sustained on itself to be the interpreter
You
and
keep
arbiter
spazzing out and
of
talking
things.
over me, bro. Control yourself.
Well, I don't know. It's like you're going ahead and you're going to strawman my arguments. I'm not going to let you strawman my arguments. I don't do that to
So
you.
in order to get objective morality, we have to then believe men or a scripture, which
No,
if we're going to go ahead and believe man or a scripture, then we might as well just have social contracts, which man has already doing. And we don't have to give it to a divine source. We can just simply have faith in man, which man has done for thousands upon thousands of years before recorded history ever happened. You know, man was relying on himself. And then, you know, man projected God, you know what I'm saying, and projected ethics onto God and then accepted it. That's fine too. I don't have a problem with religion, God, or morality, right?
yeah,
What I have an
believe.
issue with is people like
Dude,
you acting like you
okay, I'm not
know
going to let
the
you
mind of God.
filibuster anymore.
I
Okay,
have
we
an
have
issue
to
with
believe
you.
that you go on ahead and agreed that evolution is the one that created religion and that put us under God. But we have to believe in you that have lived, I don't know, 4 years on this planet, and you have all the answers of morality according to your new theory that is 5 years old. Okay, the whole point of having an actual evolution, in your point, would be to use the 8,000 or how much was 300,000 years that we created these moral systems that are codified mostly in religious systems. But no, we have to remove those codified systems according to you, because your new 5-second idea is better according to you. So you are the arbiter. You, in your case, are the actual arbiter of what is actually good or not. In my
I told
case,
you in my opening that he would accuse me of being the interpreting arbiter, and I told you that I would accept.
You are the interpreter and arbiter according to you.
Let me agree to you. Let me agree. Let me agree with you. Me as a man, we are the interpreting arbiter. But what he won't admit to is that is what he is doing also, but he can't admit to it. At least I can admit to it and be morally honest. He can't be morally honest.
Yeah, I am at least actually agreeing with your evolution moral standard and using that as a base to say, hey, maybe all of the evolution and all of the actual systems and progressions that we had and were given to us to our forefathers are the actual idea of what moral is. And thus, God has to be a truth of the matter. And I have to humble myself and agree that God exists and he is the arbiter of truth and good and morals. You're gonna go.
That will be just fine. Don't filibuster the last few minutes. I'll let you go. That would be the case if we knew that was the case. But the thing is, we don't know if that's the case because he already consented to that he already acquiesced to that we have multiple gods, multiple realities, multiple moralities, and then we don't even know which God to choose. Why you got to filibuster?
That is the case according to your own idea.
You can't even let me get mine out, bro.
Of your own idea of morality. That is your idea. Okay? It has nothing to do with me. You already considered your God.
That wasn't too painful, right? Right. Just a tiny bit. So we're gonna move on to closings. Anson, that's 5 minutes. And I don't remember. Dew started, so who's going first on closing, Anson? I tried asking.
No, it's me. It should be me. Yeah, he has the final word. Since he started.
All right. You got 5 minutes.
Okay. Give me just. Can you give me just 1 second, Hanson? I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought here.
Oh, look at that! He did a good job. He restarted the call.
Thank you so much. Okay, I'm ready. All right. So whenever he tried to do the actual cross-examination, as we see, he was unable to actually do concise questions, give me time to answer them, and provide them back and forth as I did with him. He allowed to answer the questions. I was quick with the questions. They were concise. I wasn't trying to give big explanations, not even on my answers. he agreed with me that the idea of God, according to his own belief, has to be a true statement according to the evolution of ethics. When we go ahead and create the whole point and idea, we can see that if it's a byproduct of evolution, that we have these religious systems, that we have ethics encoded on them, he couldn't go ahead and just deny that that was a point. In fact, he said that that is the point. But since he is the new arbiter of all of morality, according to him, he can go ahead and say, I don't like that, and I want my own little thing, which is the whole problem and the whole point of why we have to be we have to be tied to a system, so that we don't go into a complete fallacy idea of us being the center of the universe. He never went on ahead and said anything about my argument when it comes to the universal morality. He agreed that we have to humble ourselves to say that we did anything wrong. He just didn't like the idea of it being good, of it being God. He was like, "Oh no, it has to be. Why can't we just change it for man? Because the definition of God, it means that it has to be something greater than." And even philosophers like Nietzsche would agree with that. He tried to say the idea of the greater than man thing in the superhuman, and he was completely wrong about it, because the idea had already been done. It was done correctly by Jews in his time and by Christians who repeated it, that God created man, and he did it in his image, and he is the ultimate arbiter at the end of the day. He didn't allow me and to actually went on ahead and answer his question when it come to the genocide. And the reason why is because he knew he was wrong. He wouldn't answer those questions. He tried to filibuster, and he was completely bad faith on every single one of those points, especially the cross-examination. That was completely unacceptable on my end. I think that at the end of the day, the fact that he conceded to the idea of God, and the fact that he conceded to the idea of God in his own position, in his own idea of these evolutionary proposition for morality, shows that in fact he has to agree that the God exists, which is an incredible thing. By the way, it was very, very interesting to see him agree and concede on the point of God existing. At the end of the day, it is important that we as humans understand and concede on basic points of reality. We are not the center of the universe, as many people would say. We are not in the position of God to be able to dictate what is good and what is evil. Even in his own point, he makes this idea of, well, it's not for men. It's like social constructs that are meant by a bunch of men. Even in his case, he has to humble himself to idea greater than him to accept that there is something that he's doing good or bad. Finally, I would like to say something real quick, and this is something that a lot of people don't understand. There is no such thing as the creation of evil. Evil is the lack of good. It's not something that is created. It's like light. Shadow is not a created thing. It's just the lack of light. With this, I thank Du for his time. I thank Anson as well for allowing us to have this debate. And I thank Beth for the moderation. It was a great moderation. And I hope to have more of these debates in the future. Have a good one.
Awesome. Thank you, Emmett. Real quick, why don't you tell everybody where they can find you?
Usually I'll be in different panels. I don't have a channel yet. I'm finishing my bachelor's. Once I'm done, I'll probably do one. But for now, just keep on the lookout.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Emmett. Du, you've got 5 minutes. Have at it, dear.
So, like I said in my opening, Emmett is completely bad faith to his last statement, right? That there is no such thing as created evil. But I will give you Isaiah 45:7. I form the light and I create darkness. I make peace and I create evil. So I suggest you guys look that up. So that was a blatant lie. He said that I conceded to God. No, What I conceded to is that there are multiple gods with multiple different moralities, morality tenets, and he conceded to that. And whenever I asked him which one, he just arbitrarily chose Christianity. And I asked him, how do we know which one is right? And he said, by the fruits that they bear, and said peace and all these other things, right? Then what did I do? I gave him the global peace index that he just said it was a lie. I said, what is your source? And then he couldn't give me a source. So it was just bogus. So there's two bogus things in a row, right? And in order for his position to be objective morality, right, evil is in the picture, in which we already established that God created evil, right? I just gave you the verse. You feel me? So that's why he tried to kick that out, because he knows that if God created evil, then it's not a moral God and it's not objectively moral, right? Remember that his position is predicated on the assumption that God exists. For his position to be even valid, you have to invoke the supernatural, which has never been proven or is even provable, right? It's not, the supernatural is not even provable. My position that creates morality takes no supernatural being, and I posit you all have the tools, evidence, and common sense to make the determination. Furthermore, why even invoke divination if it's not needed, right? He couldn't even prove that it's needed because he said that God is the objective moral standard, but we then have to believe who? Emmett. I already said that you're going to believe man, but he can't admit that he is the arbiter. He is the standard, and he's trying to attribute it to God. But then we have to believe him. The position that man has created morality is all that we know in reality that we live in. We only interject God, and he is projecting his fear of what happens after death onto the present. I refuse to base my foundation of my worldview on fear, right? Because the only reason that he is deferring to a God is because he wants salvation, right? That's the only reason. It is much more feasible that morality is a dynamic construct shaped by human empathy, cooperation, and rational thought. I have given you evidence and logic, and then I have to step outside nature. Ever heard of Occam's razor? You know, the most simple thing is probably it. Morality belongs to humanity, not a divine entity. It is a testament to our capacity to cooperate, and civilization is the trophy. To give away our greatest feat, which is morality, to the unknown would be a tragedy. I can see the rest of my time. I'll defer the rest of my time.
Why don't you tell everybody where to find you?
I am Due Diligence, and you can find me at the Principles 360 on YouTube. And the crowd goes wild.
Well, you guys did good. I appreciate you both taking some good guidance and stuff along the way. There's a poll running in the chat right now to see where everybody stands. But Anson's grading your papers too, so that'll be interesting.
I'm grading. I'm supposed to grade this.
You're supposed to.
Oh, yeah.
You don't have to. You can just say that we both lost.
I gladly accept bribes, but do not send them to my Cash App that is running on the bottom, because that's a specific dono Cash App. So do not send donations to my Cash App, because I would be very upset at having your money. But Emmett and Do, y'all feel free to go ahead and send me some bribes, and I'll go ahead and get this score.
Okay. How much is it? Just asking for a friend.
All right, so this is going to take me a few minutes to score up, guys. So y'all, I'm going to take myself off camera so you don't see the back of my head as I bend down and read my paper. Y'all keep up the convo, and a link probably needs to go out for the open panel, and then I'll have the scoring done. But I do want to, before I do that, read some of the notes that I made before I score it up. So, Do, you were very forceful tonight, man. Every time during the initial, well, I'll go ahead and start with the internal critique that you did, the second set of internal critiques. every time you wouldn't let Emmett answer the question, and Emmett pointed that out, he scored a point because what he was doing was aligning himself with the audience and making them feel sympathy for him, right? So just a word and just a word for future debates. If you do that and the person that you're debating against is successful in getting sympathy, then you actually lose in that exchange. Now, I understand why you did it, because typically, if it's an open debate and you can power your way through and get your point and make your point and then push them to the side, then you get the point, right? But if they're successful in gaining some sympathy for it, then you can actually lose points that way, because you got to think of it, it's an emotive process, right? Where the audience has feelings, and Emmett's a very sympathetic character. You know,
I
he's
felt like he was filibustering answering. That's why I
yeah,
tried to like plow
and you
through.
gained points for that too, do every time you pointed out the fact that he was rambling instead of, you know, answering your question concisely. But at the same token, when he would respond and say, hey, but no, this question was a bad faith question, right? And he tried to explain that to get clarification. Just repeating filibuster over and over and over again when he's trying to explain, no, it's not a filibuster, actually would take points away from you also, right? So I don't know. I'm not saying that I'm scoring against you. I'm just trying to let you know what I saw in the debate based on my metrics.
Thank you.
On that
The-
point, I wanted to note too, some of those questions you asked, they do have a more involved answer. You know, that's why I was trying to be like, ask, you know, short, like more concise questions, or more simplistic questions. Because if you ask a question that has a long answer, then it's kind of like, how can you complain about getting a long answer? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I wasn't even so it's kind of crazy that you say that, because I wasn't even allowed to build my questions. I was stopped short before I could
So
even build my questions.
That's the thing is, so that was the problem too, was you were building, and then being like, my time's getting wasted. And it's like, ask quick questions, and all of those, the building, that's what you do in open panels. When you're doing that internal critique, it's one thing to be like, question A, answer, question
so
B, answer, question C, you know, quick, and then be like, so therefore what you're saying is,
I
you know what I'm
understand if
saying?
that, yeah, I would agree to that if that was said in the rules, but no one said that I couldn't build my questions
you
and create context.
you
That
you
wasn't
can't.
said in the rules.
Yeah, so you can do whatever you want, right?
Yeah.
And it all depends on how Emmett responds to it as to how it's scored, right? And so like asking questions that are intended to force your opponent into a specific answer the way that you did is, from my perspective, a really good method. It's a rhetorical barrage, right? Where you're asking
Thank you.
questions. But you have to pay attention to how they respond to it to determine whether or not that's a good strategy for the specific debate that you're engaged in. And with a sympathetic guy like Emmett, it's kind of like debating a woman, right? People are gonna have emotional feelings for him because he's a soft guy. So
What?
I,
You heard
I'm
him.
not meaning to like,
What?
Agreed.
I'm not meaning to like criticize or like anything like that. Like, I'm just saying,
yeah,
like,
I
it's like,
accept the criticism. I accept it.
yeah.
it's hard when it's like, you ask a question that isn't just a black or white yes and no, and then expecting a yes or no. I
But
understand what you were trying to do, and I
but
give a
it's
lot of respect to that. But
yeah,
I
it's
don't
a
think I.
really, really good debate tactic if you can control the room and make the person sound like a complete buffoon, right? And like Made by Jim Bob is excellent. I don't know if you've watched him debate before. He's the master at that style. And Jay Dyer is really good at it too. He's a super bad faith debater. So yeah, but
Like
it's
Emmett.
yeah. And
Idea.
before I go on, I just moved, and right now my I'm streaming from my utility room, and you can see my Kenmore dryer right there. That's a decade old dryer.
Uh-huh.
It's really cool, old style. But I'll get my studio set up pretty soon so that it's so that you don't see my my utility stuff anymore. But
Nobody cares
anyway,
about your dryer. Hi, Glenn. Good to
well,
see
it's
you.
a cool dryer. It's a
Hey,
decade-old dryer. It's really
if you
cool.
guys will excuse me for a second, I need to use the restroom. Excuse me. I'll be right
Yeah,
back.
go ahead.
That's fine.
All right, Emmett. While he's
What's going
gone,
on,
I'm
bud?
gonna read. Oh, hey, Glenn, man, it's good to see
Hey,
you.
Glenn. I think Glenn
Good to see you guys too.
has something to tell me, so I would think it's a good time for Glenn to interrogate
I
me.
mean, I thought you were gonna lean on God written the laws on the heart. That right there is where our morality comes from.
Mhm.
That would have been probably the best place for you to stay at. Instead of
Well,
trying to placate with him and try to
yeah, you have to understand that I cannot, in my view of things, I cannot go ahead and debate Christianity. So I'm trying. What I did is I debated the idea that it has to be grounded on God, and I cannot go ahead and simply quote the scripture either, because I don't have. First, I don't have a blessing, but second, I am under the idea of the church has the correct interpretation, and I am not the church. So that is
So you're
why
saying
I
you
wouldn't
can't read
even.
scripture?
I can read the scripture, yeah, but I
Well, then
cannot
that would
go
have been
ahead
it.
and interpret for other people.
You can interpret for
It
yourself,
literally
and with
says that.
No, I can go ahead, read it, and I can have an interpretation, and I can see that it makes logical
Because
sense.
I mean,
And if
it
I
would have
have a
been
question, I would have to go to a priest to ask the question.
no, I get that. Because
Anson, you want me to put the link out?
Yeah,
it would have been
please
like
go ahead
this.
and put it
It
in.
wouldn't matter whether or not
Hold on. Let Glenn and Emmett do their thing first, and then I'm gonna read through some more of my notes. Did you already put it out?
Yeah, you said yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I'm gonna let Glenn go, but I will want.
They can sit in the
Can
back
David
and
and
wait
Emmett
until
do
we're
their
ready.
thing?
It's fine. Well,
Then-
dude, don't go far. But
Glenn,
Cause I was like, it wouldn't matter if you.
I mean, can
believed in it
I
or not.
ask?
Wait, just let Glenn go for a moment. What's up, Glenn?
No, go ahead.
So this is what I will say. I don't know if he heard you or not, but whenever you had your questions, I answered your questions in good faith. The question, and you didn't even have good retorts. I answered your questions so good that you just had to move on to the next inquiry. I answered them so good. I was honest.
My
I answered
questions
your
were
questions so good.
yeah, my questions were designed so that you would head and give me proper answers, and they didn't need to go. I didn't need to go 5 or 10 or 20 minutes into creating a question. I would just go ahead, ask you a question, and build on those questions to get my argument on and on. So the whole point of you being able to answer those questions is because I really wanted to answer to listen to your answers, and I allow you to answer them, and I continue all to the point where you considered that a God is necessary. So that was the whole point of the way I created the questions. I didn't go ahead and I give you 3 minutes of build up for them to create a question that says, so do you agree? So,
okay. So I would love for us to run it back. I would even be willing to put money on the line that I never conceded that a God was necessary, that I only conceded that there are multiple gods and multiple morality tenets to each particular God that you conceded to.
I actually wrote it down. You did concede. You said, yeah, there would have to be a God. And those were your exact words. You didn't go, and then you went on like 3 sentences
absolutely
later.
not.
You went on. I promise you. Then like 2 or 3 sentences later, you start talking about there's a bunch of gods. But
that was my point. It was God. Let me respond to you. I said yes, that would be true if his position is correct, right? And then that's why I brought the second part. But there are multiple gods. So I think you kind of misunderstood what I was trying to get at. So I would say yes, but there are multiple gods which he conceded to with multiple moral tenets. That was the point.
The
Yeah, but
prompt
it doesn't
does
matter.
morals come from God or man, not a specific God or multiple gods? Does it come from God? Okay, therefore that's a higher power. And
But
it's not
Beth, you
specific.
are arguing his position right now. You're supposed to be like,
Well,
I-
we are
Wait,
we
wait a
are
second.
after the
I was
debate.
You know what I'm
totally fair
saying?
with you guys
I don't
moderating.
think you should be
We're in
allowed to
panel.
argue
Hey, hey,
his
We're
point.
in
you.
panel
Hey,
now. I
so-
can give
so-
my opinion in panel.
So this
Yeah.
is
I
just
treated you guys perfectly fair.
yeah. This
Yeah,
is
just
Yeah.
as someone who's been
Oh
on the
my
debate
God.
stage, I would just say one thing is that if Emmett is following the claim that we can sort of grant some evolutionary thinking for the sake of argumentation, it's very difficult to misinterpret due diligence. It sounds more like gaslighting, in my opinion, to say
Oh
that
my
if he
God.
is mentioning not just
Let him
Christianity
finish.
but
Doc.
world religions is what I'm
Cry.
saying.
Dude,
and
just
and
cry
you cannot
harder.
distinguish that I will describe
Yeah,
harder.
cry
If you
harder
cannot
about
distinguish,
gaslighting.
if you can't
And-
distinguish where these beliefs come from, except for evolution in the brain,
I don't have to
in
make a
society,
distinguish.
those are
Okay,
subjective
I was
belief
making a
systems.
Yes, you do, because
Fellas,
you
hold up.
conceded that
Doc.
there are multiple gods.
No. Give me a second, Doc. I was critiquing his worldview. I was using his argument. So I was going on through his way of looking at things. Okay. In this
That's
way,
what I just
if I'm
said.
going
dude is
through
bad
his
faith.
way of thinking, then I cannot be gaslighting him. And he agreed at the end of the day about my point that it had to come from God.
No,
Sorry.
I didn't.
No,
I
Yeah, you
granted
did.
your
That's the
position.
issue. That's slightly
Time
Emmett.
out real quick,
That's
guys.
not quite the
He
issue.
did. I'm sorry. I'm
It's
sorry
not
that
quite
he
the issue
did.
because if Emmett, if
Mhm.
if it's the case
Yeah, you're gonna try to
you're
gaslight me.
granting a position
Man,
for
let people
argumentation,
speak.
the dispute is about being consistent and accurately
Mhm.
portraying what due diligence is saying. It's the gaslighting is bad ethically and morally. It's
You are
perhaps a subjective
hold up.
according to
question, but
whom,
Hold up,
Doc?
Emmett. Emmett, just
According
give me a
to
second,
whom?
please. Give me a second here, because number one, I don't feel that anything I'm doing is gaslighting. So if you're taking it that way, I apologize. As a matter of fact, what I said was, even you pointed out, there's a bunch of different gods, right? And so yes, I'm saying, and the prompt wasn't God specific. So therefore, you bringing up multiple gods, I don't understand where it is that I'm gaslighting you on something. And number
Oh.
two, if you have any complaints about my moderation, I appreciate you putting them on the table right now, please.
So I never said you were gaslighting. So I
Yeah,
just
no, that
think-
was more towards Duck.
okay. So and then let me give you the example why I put multiple gods on the table, right? If we are examining morals, right, then doesn't it imply that we need to know whose morals we are examining?
No.
Doesn't that follow? Be quiet, Emmett. I'm asking Beth.
No.
Be quiet, Emmett. I'm asking.
You
asking Beth.
agreed.
See,
Hey,
he can't.
no, wait.
not
I'm gonna
talking to
go
you.
ahead.
I'm talking
No,
to Beth.
no. I am
I'm
gonna
talking
go
to Beth.
ahead.
You
I'm
see,
gonna
he
go
don't
ahead
have no. He
and
don't
tell
have
you.
no. He don't have no.
I don't like.
Bro, you
I
gotta
don't.
be
I
quiet.
really.
You gotta be
Listen, I
quiet.
know that
Me,
you
I'm
think
trying
you
to
lost
talk
the
to
debate,
Beth
and
right
that's
now.
why you are
Boys.
doing this. Okay.
Damn,
I'm out.
this boy can't
Emmett,
shut up.
Hang
I
on.
know that
every
you
time
think
I
you
put him
lost
over
the
my
debate
knee,
and you feel
he's
slighted
kicking and
because I
screaming.
was better than you in the debate. But the whole point of what I asked you about the prompt
Beth,
of
I
the
could have
debate,
sworn me and you was having. You asked me a
when we
question,
Hang
went,
on a second.
and then
Emmett,
I asked you a
Emmett.
question back, and then this dude just
Emmett,
started
let me
talking.
have this. Emmett, let me have this exchange real quick, okay? Please,
Goodness.
sir. I appreciate it. What's your question, please, do?
If we're talking about does morality come from God or men, it will follow that I should need to know which God is producing these moralities so I can actually know what morals to question.
Not necessarily, okay?
How can
Especially
I-
wait, and I can explain why. I can explain why.
One more thing. How can we have a good faith debate if I don't know which morals are in question?
What you do is you start off with the morals themselves. Look at the morals across the board.
No, we
The
not.
whole- Wow. Okay.
Morals are from God. Which God? That's the point.
Start with the moral foundation. That's what I'm saying.
That's
What
silly.
what is the standard for the morals? Okay. There's going to be some differences. Absolutely. Is the core there the same? Okay. And then it comes down to, but that's if you're challenging which God created the moral. That wasn't what the prompt was. The prompt was, do we make up our own morals or do we get them from a higher power? Okay. No matter what religion you ask, they will all tell you God guided the way we set things up, right? All of them will. So that's what I'm saying. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. But if morals are in question and morals come from a specific God, it is not bad to ask which God so I will know which morals. Or else, let me just say this, Beth.
Yep. That's if
Then
you're
you
challenging the moral itself, but you're
so
not.
we are challenging the
Where
morals
morals come
themselves.
from.
So listen, Beth. How can I challenge the morals if I don't know what they are?
So I'm going to take this brief lapse in people talking to go ahead and talk about my washer and dryer some more. I'm really proud of them. Like that
Wait,
Kenmore, you can't buy
I
one
gotta
anymore.
ask Glenn something too.
Okay, well let me actually do what I was gonna do because
Yeah, go ahead.
joke time's over. So
Mr. Spin cycle.
yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's got a nice vibrating spin cycle. So I wanted to talk about some of the points in the debate related to my scoring, and then give the final score out, so that Dew and Emmett can kind of see where I saw the debate from and why. There were several times where you ridiculed him. Like, I really liked the whole like keep spazzing, like that was like a really good, like, hey calling him out for whatever it was that you thought he was doing. I really liked that. And Emmett, you too, you kind of returned with the same sort of ridicule, where you reframed it to, oh my God, you're so moral, right? You made that claim for some of Dew's comments. That was really good too, like that. And to start out with, Emmett, you were really slow, right? You weren't as passionate, and you two both, like, y'all started out really kind and generous with each other, and then as it went on, y'all got more passionate and into it, and I kind of felt like y'all actually wanted to debate. And that was really nice to see. And the conversation about, like, deleting babies and justifying that word that I told y'all not to say. So from my perspective, dude, that was a really good power move, where you were really pushing on Emmett, and trying to evoke emotions and basically ridiculing him and his entire worldview with that. And that was some good stuff. Let's see here. I'm gonna switch my pages up here.
What about my opening? I thought my opening was really strong.
Yeah. No, you had so I scored you at a higher open than I scored Emmett. You had, let me see, six more points on open than Emmett did. And I agree, your opening was significantly better than Emmett's was. Emmett's, I could barely follow, because he didn't use any. So you tried to appeal to people's emotions. You accused him of the positions that he was going to be having in the future. Like, it was a very well crafted opening, Dew. And in terms of, like, what is it? Emmett, your opening, you were focused on things like material claims and metaphysical stuff, and it was very dense and hard to understand without breaking it down for the audience, right? And unless you're a nerd, you're not going to get all of that stuff, right? And you tried during the debate to explain the transcendental argument for God, which was the foundation of everything with which you built your argument, but you didn't do it very well, right? And Dew did a really good job of disrupting your ability to even try and get that done. And yeah, Vibes back up here. So yeah, let me see what else is in here. Yeah, you did a lot of narrative foreshadowing, Dew, in your opening, where you were saying my opponent's going to say this and my opponent's going to say that. Let's see here. What else we got? Oh, and the authorities. So, you did a good job of setting an authority anchor, and it persisted actually
Hey, Vibe, Vibe,
throughout.
turn your microphone a little bit. You're going to be talking to the tip of a dick. Sorry, Anson.
So, so when you were setting your authority anchor, you were saying the top 10 peaceful nations are secular, and you had a source. You listed nations. That was really good, and it became a recurring debate topic where Emmett was put in a position of having to tear down this specific authority that you established, and and Emmett's argument of, it's not current, and I knew where Emmett was trying to go with it, right? Where you were trying to say, hey, this is a new source. The foundation of the morals of these countries is Christian because they were Christian for a very long time, and so whatever residual morality these Christians have is because of that Christian moral foundation that was laid, that persists within the culture today, regardless of how secular the nation is. The people still have that same Christian morality that's derived from God, right? But you just did a horrible job of saying that, man. I don't know if it was because Dude did a good job of continually interrupting you. But
Nope.
let's see here. Oh, the Deuteronomy, the 50 shekels. that was beautiful, man. I love that. That was good. And paying a dowry, and conflating that with unethical, aggressive behavior, that is really hilarious. And Emmett, you should have just laughed at him, dude. And just mocked the hell out of him for that. I mean, that would have been the proper, but that was hilarious, dude. I like that. Let's see here. Yeah, that was a power move. Where you were, and an authority anchor too at the same time, because what you were doing was citing his source and just pointing out, hey, this is totally immoral, and you put it on his plate, his source, his plate to defend against it. But in terms of quantitative scoring, so that was all qualitative points, and I just wrote down specific examples that I thought were good. But there are a lot more scores on here. I scored Emmett in terms of specific blows at 53. And I scored you at 46. So in terms of specific quantitative blows, Emmett won. But in terms of qualitative blows, in terms of blows that I thought packed a bigger punch, I would actually give that to Do. So there's two ways of looking at it, right? In terms of total points scored, Emmett won, but in terms of quality of argument, I think that Do won the debate.
I got to take up a point with Do here, because you also had, in the middle of your debate, you called out something I had pointed out in the comments. Listen, dude, when you were bringing up the whole deletion of babies situation, right? That you should have read about the actual civilization that was ordered to go against, because that was their thing, was they ritualistically deleted babies in a horrific way. And that's why God tells them, get rid of these people no matter what you've got to do it. So that was what I was referring to. Was I wish you had actually read back a little bit, or at least found out who were these people first.
That's what I try to explain you as well.
Yeah, that was what Emmett was trying to explain.
But my point is, even if that's the case, so what? God still ordered the deletion of babies.
So what?
Well, hold on. So it's okay.
Oh my God. So what?
Wait a second. So they're going to delete
Beth, is this just for Do? Is this just for Do?
So
this is just for Do, real quick. So they're going to delete those babies anyways, and many, many, many more on top of it. And that it's worth it to let them continue to do it rather than to put a stop at it, even if it means.
It seems like a moral God would say, save the babies, not delete them anyway.
According to whom?
If they already,
we already had our debate, but that's my answer.
According to you.
So this was a civilization who literally celebrated. We're not talking like Schmortian deletion, okay? No, they had these babies and had horrific ceremonies, and that's
I-
why this was
And-
ordered, right?
So-
We are
I
also
agree.
in the
This was
Are we
panel.
something
We
talking?
can go
already
ahead and
So-
talk. You know?
Emmett, she's talking to me, bro.
Yeah,
So-
okay.
But the
and
topic.
hold on, dude. And I'm talking, and when I'm talking, nobody talks. So I want y'all to finish this exchange
Yeah.
up, get some
Right.
points out, and then I'm gonna let Glenn talk, and then Duck talk, and then if Patrick is still awake, he can talk.
Yeah. So the context, right? I get it, right? But the topic is morality and God. And if God commanded delete babies, even though that they was going to delete them themselves, it's not moral, Beth. That's the point.
The point, I'm not gonna take it any further because it is a wicked topic, but I'd love to have this topic with you privately off of screen, just so that we're not pinging poor Anson's screen. He don't want us dealing with us much more. One last thing though, you didn't answer my question. If you're well, never mind. Go ahead, Glenn. It's good to see you.
Good to see you guys too. Now, like I said, I was talking about Emmett earlier. Like, I don't know why you didn't lean on that, but I'm glad you kind of explained like why you said you didn't lean on the scripture that God wrote the laws of your heart, because this right here, that right there, kind of puts him in a position to where, okay, you don't need to accept Jesus or Christ or God, regardless, because the law. Need to
You
believe in
cutting
the
out,
creator.
Glenn. You're gonna have
Yeah,
to
you cut
repeat
out.
yourself, Glenn. You in the matrix, brother.
Okay,
You
so
in the
then you don't have
matrix.
to believe in the creator in order. Well, 1 second.
Sound like you driving or something.
Am I still in the matrix?
No, you sound much better.
Am I in the matrix still?
No, you're much better.
All right. So you don't have to believe in God in order for God to exist. Like, so if you would have just said like, well, morality is not a Christian thing, it's actually a God thing, it's from the creator, then what would be the argument? You're refuting the creator? Or you said what God? Right?
Now you in the matrix, Emmett.
Emmett, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
The whole when I was doing my research, he had this idea of the evolution of the evolution of
Ethics.
morals and ethics. So I went on ahead and gave my own position of what it was, since I was on the affirmative as well, and then I gave my critique to his position. I didn't want to go ahead and use any of the scriptures, and the reason is because, as I said, I don't have a blessing, and I don't have a way to go ahead and defend it according to my own worldview, since I am under the idea that there is a church and they have proper apostolic succession and proper authority. So that's why I try to
does that
stay
mean
away.
you can't believe what? Does that mean you can't believe or can't defend what you believe because
No, I
you
can
don't have
defend it, and I can defend it, but what I would not, what I wouldn't do, and what I would not like to do, and this is important to me, is when I'm talking about Christianity, I have to be under the proper setting in order for me to be able to give up defense of those beliefs, and that needs to be
Why do you
like
think
would
that
need
is,
to have
Glenn?
that, because I am humble to the church. The church is the authority, and I have to follow their ethics and practices. Otherwise, it would just be me doing things that I want to because I want to. Okay,
That's not
and
what he
I'm
even
not,
asked you.
and that's not the point. Yes, it's an ethical claim. That's
It-
the point.
See, it comes down to dogma. Okay, Emmett operates under a dogma where, from certain church standpoints, those within the church, if you don't have a certain position of a certain position within the church,
Or
you
a blessing.
can't do stuff like that. I was raised Protestant, so we can friggin' do that all day long. As a matter of fact, I mean, I grew up under a female pastor. I'm not saying
The
I
other,
agree with
the
that,
other,
but
That's
the
not
other
valid
thing
to
That
I'll
take
do it all
that.
day
explains so
long.
much. That explains
To
so
take-
much, Beth.
yeah,
To
The
take
other-
that to
the
take
other
that
thing-
out in a debate is kind of lame. You know what I'm saying? Like we're here to debate it. So to
Yeah.
then take that as an out and saying
but I was
I'm
I was
humble.
Not an
Hold
out.
on, you gotta let me.
Hey,
Golly.
Now,
stop,
people who
stop.
are committed
Everybody
to their
keep talking
relationship,
over me every time.
I
let
am,
everybody talk, but somehow whenever I start talking, everybody got
Can
something
I-
to
well,
say.
can I
because you're
give-
calling
can
it
I-
an out, and that's not what it
So
is.
what? Let me finish though.
Okay,
I
go
wasn't
for
rude to
it.
you. I wasn't rude to Emmett.
Can I finish my
You are being
explanation?
rude.
Okay,
I
I'm doing
was talking,
something.
and then you just talked over me. Can I finish
are
saying what
being
I'm saying?
Dude, I'm
What is
having,
wrong with
I'm
this
having an
conversation? Oh my god, one person fucking
I'm
talking
good,
at a
bro.
time.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Anson. Holy
I'm
That's
crap.
how he
having an
did through the whole
exchange.
damn debate.
Oh
So-
Every
Lord,
time
I'm
I
having an
start
exchange
making
with
my
Glenn.
point, he starts spazzing out.
Well, calm down.
I am
Everybody-
having an exchange with Glenn. Can I please finish real quick? The other thing that I
calm
would be trying to avoid is that by my words, when it comes to explanation, it would be to take someone away from the flock. So that is part of the reason why we give these its proper place. That's why I was very specific with the prompt. That's what I try to be like, hey, if we're gonna do these according to scripture or something like that, and then I need you to take certain positions too, and you didn't want to take those positions. Okay, so if we're, as I said, we're gonna go specific or we're gonna go broad, and you decided to go broad, it was your decision.
No, I hold on. So
Uh,
let me respond. Let me respond. I absolutely asked what God, and you said we can deal with it in the debate. That's what you said. And then I still got you to argue scripture still. So it was very strategic. I still got you to say what God, even though you didn't want to.
According to me, that's what I said, that in specific, and said according to me, I can give you these specifics. Okay, and we can go on that, and we can talk about those specifics, and I didn't have any problem, and I answered your questions. But when it came to the debate, I said, this is the prompt. You can go broad or we can go specific. And you said, we go broad. It was your decision to go broad. Okay.
And I asked,
And then I said,
during the debate is going to come up which God, and what did you say?
during the and we did. You asked me a question,
And you said exactly. So it happened how it was supposed to go, and I got you to say which God.
You've been crying all of this time about the debate prompt. That's what happens. You cried about the debate prompt, saying that I was bad faith. When you decided to, that was the debate prompt. That was the whole point. You decided it.
So hold on, everybody, calm down and relax. This is between Glenn. Glenn was talking, so I just wanted to thank Patrick for thanking me. I really appreciate it when people recognize my greatness. And anyone in the chat wants to do that, I will definitely highlight your comment because that's the kind of comments we want to see around here. Really positive, upbeat stuff. So
Good shout, Anson. Yeah, it's amazing. Patrick was keeping chat alive the entire time. Just as someone who's on panel now, I think he was a great addition to this debate. So thank you to the audience as well.
Yeah,
as someone
I
who's
agree.
competed here before.
Yeah, and Duck, you were super into the chat too, man. I appreciate you, right? I mean, you're in there, you're mixing stuff up, and we don't agree on some stuff, and we agree on other stuff. It's nice to have a mix in here, that's what's important, right? People who are different able to come together, right? Like even though how do I put it? The like in a marriage, right? Like, so I'm an atheist, right? But I align very closely with the Christian ethic and prefer to marry Christian women, even though in their religion they consider that
So
like
you can
unevenly
corrupt
yoked.
them.
Well, no,
that's the wrong one. We're gonna have to, over time, we're gonna have to coach Anson out of. We're gonna have to teach him some history, get him away from the Protestant stuff.
Yeah, well, I agree. I'd prefer
Agreed.
I'd prefer to marry an Orthodox woman next, to be honest with you, because they're the most based women on the planet.
So you
But,
want to make her unbased. That's that. I get it.
Yeah, I don't know. But that whole unevenly yoked thing, though, I think there's something wrong with that, right? Because I think that people
Nope.
interpret it. people interpret that way too strictly to mean something that it doesn't, right? So, like from my perspective,
Agreed.
yeah, it's
So,
like from
dude, what would your? I
Oh,
was wondering.
explain.
well, you see, from
I'll
my
wait,
perspective,
fellas. I'll wait. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Explain.
yeah. So, from my perspective, since I follow the Christian ethic as closely as I can, and I actually prefer the company of Christians over most atheists because I find them insufferable. The fact that I align, mentally and internally with that worldview,
Doesn't
that
mean
I would be a much better candidate than most Protestants would be, because they're off, reading the Bible and interpreting it in 1,000 different ways. Whereas I prefer the Orthodox Christian interpretation of the Bible for my atheist
really?
reading of it.
Because guess what? See, under what you're saying, you still don't qualify because the husband is responsible for leading the wife's faith within the marriage. So therefore, my dear, how are you as an atheist who doesn't even really, believe
Yeah,
in
you would
it,
have been better off
gonna
staying with the
lead the faith?
Protestant.
What?
I mean, you would
What,
have been better
Glenn?
off
Well,
staying with
so-
the
so,
Protestant. He would be
so
better
in-
off
Good
staying
point.
with the Protestant.
So Beth, in a marriage though, right? So I could strengthen my wife's
No.
my wife's resolve in Christian faith just
Really?
simply because of my own Christ-like actions, because I follow that ethic, right? And that would be me showing leadership in the dynamic of being evenly yoked, right? From the
Let's
No.
go, Anson. Let's go.
Completely unequally yoked.
That was a great
love it.
counter.
You're so wrong on this one. Completely
no,
wrong.
no,
And I'm not even gonna. And
no,
here's
you're
the
the
thing,
one. You're
'cause
the one.
guess
It's
what?
okay. You
Guess
can
what?
be wrong.
Guess what? No. Because guess what? I know exactly what to say to it, and I'm not even gonna say it.
No,
because
say it. Go ahead and do it.
no.
Go ahead and say it.
No,
Say it.
because I'd rather debate you on it.
You'd rather debate. You're gonna. Oh, okay. So you want to get embarrassed?
Let's
that's-
go.
Really?
you can-
I
you can
embarrassed
be
you
Let's
last
go.
time, Mr.
Well, we would-
Speechless. In case you didn't know, Jew, the first time I ever debated Anson, in fact, the only time I've ever debated Anson, I left him speechless. He lost me.
Yeah, well, she was, to be fair.
That was true, but I think you were also offering your daughter to him.
No,
Wow.
I was not.
What?
I wouldn't have nothing to say either.
Hey, Glenn, would you host a debate for me and Beth, since I can't really do it on my channel? It's my
I would
channel.
be
I guess I
more than-
could, but
more
it'd
than
be,
welcome to do that.
man, that would
Glenn,
be freaking awesome.
See, now, Glenn, now I got to ask you a question. You don't see me as adversarial, do you, right? I thought
No.
we were friends. See?
Who said you're adversarial?
I did.
Can we get some commentary from Duck and the board sergeant for the debate though? They didn't get a chance to speak on the debate.
Yeah, Doug
I've
got-
Wellman.
I've got one.
The sergeant.
I've got one quick thing. And just give me 1 sec because I have to ask Emmett something. I'd love to hear your opinion maybe after Emmett responds to this. So I love these debates. Don't get me wrong. And I thought one of the things that I thought you did really well was when we're talking about ambiguity and moral issues that sometimes atheists have in the Bible, that can dominate the debate space. And so I thought it was really good that you guys were able to move, for the audience and everything, you're able to move in and out with this. Now, one of the things that I think, from my perspective, becomes problematic is, and not to beat the dead horse about it, but the reason those moral issues are grounding for atheists is partially because we see that it appears dogmatic believers end up gaslighting or negating or undermining why it's problematic that the Bible has moral inconsistencies and why every holy book has moral inconsistencies. So I'm curious to hear from you, Emmett. How do you think your argument about morality that can be found in Scripture performed during the debate? And yeah, what do you think Dew did? Maybe you can start by saying something Dew did well around those issues.
And before you answer that, Mike,
Glenn, can you please mute your mic?
Hold on. There's something really important in the chat.
I am muted.
W. Anson. Okay, I really appreciate that. Thank you, Mike.
Somebody's got reverb bad.
Yeah. Everybody. Okay. Who just muted? All right. All right, Duck, you're back up. Do you bring yourself back up?
I'm up. It was
All right,
Emmett. He
Glenn.
just clicked something. I seen him do it.
Glenn,
It
you
was
bring
Emmett.
yours back up.
Yeah, that's Emmett. Whatever he's doing right now is him.
Is it? It's still reverbing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it started again. There you go.
Okay, give me just a second. I need to. I need to leave and rejoin.
Yeah. Bye, Emmett. See you in a minute. All right. So there was somebody making a point, and I interrupted it with the W. Anson.
Of course.
It was
Yeah,
duh.
so maybe if I can maybe just ask Du, I'm curious if you would have wanted sort of the moral issues of the Bible, beating talking donkeys, mukduk, which is like a technical term for how God endorsed the treatment of babies, if this kind of stuff, if you thought that would have been, a bigger debate topic, if you didn't have to prepare just for Emmett or just for our audience, just want to hear from you.
Yeah, I did question the morality of God through the Bible with deleting babies, and he justified it, right? His answer and best answer was, hey, you don't know the context, and these people were already killing their babies. So God said that it was okay for them to kill their babies, and I said that is not objective moral,
You missed
objective
Can you say
morality to me.
delete instead of the K word?
Yeah, you gotta say.
Oh, I'm
deleted.
sorry. I apologize, Anson. But yeah, so I did bring up the inconsistencies, but I didn't want to stay there, right? So I brought up two different things, and also I brought up the grape thing in the Bible, but he didn't interpret it as grape, and Anson interpreted also as dowry. You know what I'm saying? As in, giving some money or what have you to the father. But if you read the context or like the commentary of the Bible, when it says whenever you take a woman, right, that equated with grape. I'm not a biblical scholar.
Nope.
Neither is Emmett. Neither
That's
is
not
Bet.
true.
Neither is Anson. But the
You said that
religious
you
scholars,
were.
man, you gotta let me finish.
They
But
asked me a question.
religious scholars
Give
do
him
equate it.
just a minute to finish his answer. Sorry.
He's
So
destroyed it, yeah.
religious scholars do equate it with grape. And also, I think that the point that I made about deleting babies being moral in any context, and he accepted it, was a point on my side.
I did not agree. I tried to answer that question. You didn't allow me to. Doc, your question is completely dumb. Do you know what was my argument in the debate at all? Yes or no? It's a simple question. Do you know what my argument was? Because I never used anything to do with the Bible, so I am extremely weirded out by your question. It has absolutely nothing to do with this debate.
I can answer it.
Yourself of asking something so retarded.
So
that's like a mystic, so like a mystic God that we would know in some sense.
Doug, let me give you the answer. Whenever I asked him, this is what he
What's
said.
my argument?
He gave me a hypothetical, and he said,
no,
if people strap babies to their bodies, then would it be okay? That's the answer that he gave.
Hold on. I'm talking. That means stop. So we're not going to talk about strapping babies to stuff anymore, because that was like very close to TOS, and I almost hopped up and told y'all to stop doing that also, right? So y'all can think of other colorful metaphors for extreme things, or use more coded language on that, because I don't want to get dinged anymore from TOS.
That was his response.
That's why I dropped my argument back and forth with you, Do. Like, I'm more than happy.
That wasn't even my argument.
It was your
not an argument, but the exchange between us about this. Okay, I'm more than happy to have this discussion with you.
Man, cut it out. No, you're not.
Yes, I am. I have no problem having this conversation.
Well, I didn't bring that up. That was my response to him. He said that.
And then you and I were discussing
No,
this.
but I'm saying you said you didn't want to engage me in that because of that. But that wasn't
Anson's, because this is Anson's show.
This topic. We're moving away from this topic.
Yeah, because that was your answer, and it had nothing to do with the scripture that I was.
Okay, thank you for reading my mind. I appreciate it.
I was talking to Emmett.
So I just wanted to point out. Hold on. Agrilapolis has the correct comment again. W Chairman, that's right. And I want to thank Agrilapolis, who has agreed to let the chairman of the board use the Discord that he has set up as the fan Discord for the channel, and I'll be posting links in the chat for people to join the new fan Discord. And y'all are really gonna love it. It's
Oh yeah.
called
Beth, did you
Polaris.
check Discord?
So did I win? What are we did? Are we supposed to be waiting on somebody else, or did you get a determining W to me? Like what happened?
No, it's
What are we
W to
waiting?
chairman. That's already
Yeah,
been
no
decided.
chairman. That's the whole
I'm talking about the debate.
So the debate had two different metrics that I was judging on quantitatively in terms of blow by blow.
So
Not
it's a
looking,
draw?
no. It's two different methods, right? So quantitatively, if you look at the number of blows that were landed, Emmett won. But if you look at the power of the blows that were landed, you won.
So my question then is, who won the debate ultimately?
Okay, so it depends on whether or not you value emotion over logic.
So you're not going to give a winner of the debate. You're just going to say he won on one metric and I won on the other.
I'm saying in terms of rhetoric, you won.
I heard what you said, but I'm saying who won the debate overall?
In terms of rhetoric, you won.
Oh, thanks.
In terms of logic, Emmett won.
Okay. I've never heard you score a debate like that. You always give a clear winner at the end, but
basically he gave a participation trophy. Guys.
I know that's what it sounds like.
Well, no. The way the way that I ordinarily score it, I would have scored Emmett as having won.
Okay.
Because I value logic more than rhetoric.
Okay, and I won't dispute it. I'll accept it.
Yeah, you know. But I wanted to change up the way that I do it because the way that I view debates is not the way that most people view them. And in terms of mass appeal, your arguments are better.
So let me ask you a question then. Can you give like some of his logical points that he beat me at? Just give me 3.
Give you 3?
Yeah, give me 3 of his logical statements that you feel like he got over on.
Well, no, it's the quantity of his calling out logical fallacies and things of that nature, and your inability to listen to what he was saying and respond to the actual conversation that was occurring. You were employing more emotional argumentation where you were appealing to things other than the actual like substance of the conversation. So from my perspective, you were a more bad faith debater.
Yeah, but you said he beat me on logic, but you couldn't give any examples, so I'll just have to concede.
You don't have to concede. You won, and from most people's perspective, I think that they would agree that you won.
I think so too. But I was trying to ask you what logical points did he make, and you just can't give them, and that's fine. I have to accept that.
Yeah, and I can send you my score sheets so that you can kind of see why that's a difficult question to answer. I said that he was more logical because the overall in terms of the way that y'all debated, he was trying to answer questions with clear and concise points, and you were continually just talking over him and basically making him look like a fool, which is a really good tactic to use, especially with Emmett since he's so soft, right?
Yeah. What about whenever he was doing the questions to me? He was doing the questions to me, and I was answering his questions, and he was forced to go to different questions because he couldn't move forward in his analysis because I was giving valid answers.
And he was questioning your questions with logical reasons as to why they were invalid, because they were false dichotomy questions. Where you were asking loaded questions, and Emmett was saying, "Hey, you're asking these questions that have these premises built in." Only he was doing a really terrible job of explaining that, and that's on him as a debater.
Well, he didn't.
I wish you could give.
I was trying to give him like.
I wish you could give some examples.
I'll tell you what. I'll do you a favor. All right.
Please.
When I'm taking these notes, it's very shorthand. It's very difficult. What I'll do is take some time, and actually I'll review Duck's prior debate as well, and I'll go through minute by minute and pick out the best points I can possibly pick out and do a long form explanation of them for both this debate and the last debate. And those will be independent streams on my channel, so that you can go back and actually look at all that, because as my notes are right now, that would be an almost impossible task to do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations, Emmett. I had fun, bro. Regardless, you know what I'm saying? I really have fun. I think you are a great debater. That's why I called you out, man. I don't think that I lost, but I will accept the L. You know what I'm saying? Like, I respect Anson, I respect Beth, I respect both of their opinions on their judging criteria. So I will accept the loss. And I just tell you, I just want to tell you, congratulations. Congratulations on the debate.
Do understand something. I don't judge anything on this. I just make sure the two of you keep it kind of fair and on track, and that's it. Okay, in the panel, my personal opinions on things can come out, and you can't fault me for, being a Christian.
I know it's biased.
During the debate,
but Beth, like I said, saying this when Du said something and you said he didn't say it, I see that a little bit differently. I wouldn't. It sounds even disrespectful to say I fault someone for being a Christian. Who says that? No one says that.
Right.
You're right. What he said was that it shows bias by me coming in and giving my opinion in
I didn't.
panel afterwards.
I didn't. So, you said I didn't say
I didn't
Are you gonna let me respond? Because you said that I said something that I didn't say again. You said that I faulted you for being a Christian, which I didn't. Oh my goodness! You can't even let me respond, Beth. Are you gonna be a lady tonight or what?
Oh Lord!
Do you mind if I respond to what you say? You said that I faulted you for being a Christian, which I never did. Where you must feel guilty of, and I said, yeah. Since you are a Christian, that implies some bias. If you reject that, that's fine. But being that you are a Christian, that is bias towards the argument. That's just the reality.
So we're gonna let Patrick say some stuff. I saw Patrick this morning at his baptism at the Russian Orthodox Church in. Well, I'm not gonna dox him, but it was really nice to see that, and I'm sorry I had to leave early. I had extenuating circumstances, but I stayed through the whole baptism, and it's good to see you, brother. And yeah, Patrick, you're up, man. Go ahead and say some stuff.
Yeah, it was good to see you too, Anson. It was really great to see you, and I was glad you were able to make it, and I'm glad you had safe travels to and fro. So it was awesome to see you, man, and your kids as well. It was great. I'm gonna talk to Emmett first, because he's my bro. Emmett, I obviously agreed with a lot of your arguments and everything. I don't know. I feel like where he trapped you, at least in my opinion, he trapped you once you got off of the prompt, which was then once you admitted the Christian position, you had to get off prompt from defending that morality comes from God in an ambiguous way. And you had to start defending the Christian position. And to Du's credit, he did that well. Where once you admitted that, you had to start defending the Christian position. And I think that's a defensible position, but I think that wasn't the prompt. And that's my point here, is that you were doing a good job in the first half of being like, I'm going to defend the ambiguous position of morality comes from God, no matter what God anybody claims it's from. And I think that is at least in this debate, that was meeting the prompt, and it's a really, really strong position. And I guess it's a less meticulous position to defend than the Christian position, is what I would say.
I will say, I don't think when he moved on and he started attacking like the Christian position, I could go ahead and just be I could have been way more bad faith with him and be like, no, this is not wrong, and be that way with him. I was trying to actually have a debate and have a back and forth and have some kind of conversation, because at the end of the day, my point in these debates is not just to be completely it's not just be my idea is not only to win it tactically. I want to understand and have a conversation with the people on the other side. And the problem was that he never actually wanted to have the conversation. He just wanted to go ahead and make it tactically and be all ragey about it. That's why he never allowed me to answer the question. So maybe next time I'll be way more bad faith on my approach in these debates.
Yeah, well, and that's it. Then that would be a really good idea, because I wouldn't have said that Do qualitatively won if you had, used more, rhetorical tricks in your argumentation, right? Because Do was way more charismatic, and even though his points weren't logical, they were more emotive, they were effective, right? And in order to do that, you have to make metaphors. Like you didn't do a lot of metaphor stuff. You basically just framed almost the entire debate, where you made your argument, you put it in your frame, and you said, this is the frame of the argument that I'm making. You didn't do a whole lot of sabotaging, and the only time you really hit back, with very much, was with your aligning with the audience, and you did a little bit of ridicule, but not a whole lot, not nearly as much as Do did.
Yeah, but my point of that, as I said, is like I'm not just trying to win it.
Then that's your problem, dude. It's a debate. That's
I
your only
agree.
goal.
You can go ahead and say that's a problem. I understand that as a position, as a superposition in the debate idea. My
It's
point of it
like a
is
damn libertarian. They don't want to ever
Yeah.
win anything when they run for office. That's why they keep losing, because they got principles. You got to get rid of that principles thing and be like Do.
I should get rid of my libertarian ideas. You're correct.
Well, I mean,
That's why I'm transitioning into proper church authority and being, putting myself there into. I'm detransitioning. Help me with my detransition.
you gotta work on your pride. Dude's got a lot of pride.
I give you credit for sticking by what your programming is, though, your respect for the church and not taking that step. So and I don't hold that. Okay, I don't hold that belief. Like I said, I was raised in a more Protestant setting, so I don't hold the same functions or rules that you guys do, aligning more with orthodoxy, right? So you take that bias and shove it up your ass.
The other side to it, the other side to what Beth's saying as well is also that, I could say the opposite, is saying that in the opening statement, the fact that we can't accept Christianity in this context when it's the primary argument for God being the source of morality in the US makes it more difficult to find an absolute reason that I'd have to agree with you.
But I didn't do that.
He was arguing a much more abstract argument in the first half, and that's where I
Oh my God.
He did say that I would appeal to the Christian guy, and that's why I brought the Bible in.
I didn't. In my opening statement, there's
not your opening, but I asked you.
There you go. Nothing to do with Christianity. Doc is saying that my opening statement, I mentioned Christianity has nothing to do with it.
Emmett, that's like a cult. But Emmett, that's like a cult leader saying, "I have a subjective opinion, and I'm going to debate for an hour. I'm going to debate for an hour to convince you."
You're not looking at the.
I understand.
Did he not concede to Christianity, Sergeant?
No. I understand
that was his critique of you. That you hold on, Emmett. Hold on, Emmett. Your friend. That was his critique of you. Is that I made you stand on Christianity when I brought it up. You did.
Yeah, you absolutely trapped him, too, and I think that was a fault of Emmett, is that he did concede to that, is that you trapped him in that, and I think that Emmett should have kept to the prompt. Emmett did a great job in the first half or so of not conceding to that, and then you ultimately did trap him into it, and it was away from prompt, and you trapped him, and I think that ultimately netted you a lot of points, Do.
I think so.
Yeah, it really did. I think that Emmett could have done a better job after that. I think Emmett could have done a better job after that of questioning like whose commentary you're talking about, et cetera, and so on from his own point of view. But I think that you did a good job in trapping him into that. I think he could have done a better job after, but I think you did a good job in getting him into it. So I think that's what we're talking about here.
Go ahead,
I
Emmett.
agree.
No, what Duck was saying, he was saying that in my opening statement, pretty
I
much-
didn't say in your opening statement.
Oh,
Hey, stop
are you
interrupting.
Duck?
Spurger.
He just
Is your
lied and
name
said that I
Duck?
said that in his opening
He
statement.
said duck.
Is your fucking name Duck? Answer the question. Is your fucking name Duck?
Calm
Well,
down.
we're
Emmett.
Legion. We're Legion, Emmett. Just
Yeah,
get on
yeah,
get on
okay.
with what we're
I
talking
didn't
about.
realize that
Bro.
you were so fucking
Wow.
dumb.
Isn't that what you guys
didn't
wanted? All
realize when I said
atheists?
Duck.
I
Wait,
do have
isn't that
some
what you guys
questions for
want
you,
though?
or some critiques
real
for
quick.
you too.
Incredible.
Real quick, isn't
You're
that
right.
what you
know
asked
what?
for?
You know what, Hanson?
Your
You're
friends, all
completely right.
atheists.
I got into these thinking there were like actually good faith debaters, and we were gonna have an actual
Well,
proper
no,
debate. and
all
we would try to
atheists,
go
It's
ahead
not-
and do it.
It's
All
not.
atheists,
Instead,
Emmett.
what I should have done is just be a fucking prick to them both. That's what I should
110%.
have done from the beginning.
did.
110%, Emmett.
No, I wasn't.
You did.
Okay, you were
You did.
completely dumb. You were such a dumbass, especially at the beginning of the debate.
You just
when
said
you
something really
cried
mean to due
about the
diligence. though.
prompt.
Christian
You
over
cried
You just
so
said
much
something
hard
mean to due
about the prompt.
diligence.
Oh my god, cry my
Oh,
fucking
boo-hoo.
river. You know
Boo-hoo,
what?
boo-hoo,
I
bitch.
should just go ahead and release the DMs when you said I want to go ahead and
ahead.
accept this prompt. That's what I should do. But I'm not a
You
fucking.
should.
I'm not that much of a dumbass. That's the only reason why I wouldn't do it. But
Whatever,
I
just the
should.
fact
Because
that you guys were
completely
fine-tuning debate
awful.
prompts, no one gives
You
a
were
shit.
completely awful. And you, Doc,
Okay.
you're so dumb that you don't even understand what the debate was about. You
So
keep
sorry that
trying
you said you had a question for me after Emmett. I would
part
like
of the
to
rise
answer
of the
your
fascist
question
left.
after the one that you gave Emmett. Didn't you say you wanted to direct something towards me also?
It was the part of the rise of the fascist left. That's why.
So
Yeah, I did. I wanted to ask you, so because like throughout the debate, I have two questions for you, I guess. Is number one is throughout the debate, like you were referring to atheist countries and their peace scores or whatever. And I guess I feel like a strong position for Emmett, so I'm just going to ask it in proxy for him now. Like, why is peace moral? Like, why was that a metric you were going by?
yeah, I think peace implies that you have a moral system, and like the opposite of peace is chaos and war. So if you are chaotic and have a violent nation, that it implies that you have a moral system. Before you, is that sufficient answer?
Well, I mean, I think that presupposes the morality of the system, right? Like, I mean, what if I think, I mean, because that's a presupposes what the moral good is. And I guess that's my question. Why is peace the moral good from your point of view? Like, I mean, I know you can say chaos is bad. Why is chaos bad from your
What are you?
system?
What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Can you clarify what fucking world do you live in? Like, what worldview is this?
No, I mean, this is
what do you
me
see?
questioning how you justify your ought claims. Like, I don't know. Like, Duck, you're a really smart guy, Duck.
You doing what?
And I feel like
An
you
odd
like,
claim
have
in
a
you.
really
Yeah.
bad
So you
problem.
start first.
Like,
You start
and you're going to
first.
talk
What
over
is
me
an
now.
odd
Okay,
claim?
great.
What
I'm
is an
trying
odd
to ask
claim?
a
Doug.
question, and you're sitting here talking over me.
Hold
Why
on,
do
You can
I
be
talk?
upset about it all you want. That
I'm not
doesn't-
upset at
what is
all.
an
I'm
odd
literally.
claim?
I was talking, and you started talking. That is literally
So
what
check it
happened.
out.
I started
tell me
yelling.
that's not
I
what
started
happened,
yelling at you.
No, I
I
want you
started
to.
yelling
I want
at
you to.
you because it was a dumb.
No,
I didn't say
I would
yelling
like
at me. I
to
said talking while I
respond.
was talking.
Let me respond,
so tell me
please.
now justify how you can say I said yelling when I didn't say yelling.
I
So-
said
Like,
yelling.
like,
I
literally.
said describe fucking reality as it is, bro. What? What is your
That's an
question
if?
about peace being
What
an
is the
ought?
difference between is and not?
Non-violence,
Doug,
pacifism.
What is
What
the
do you mean by
difference
peace?
between is and
Doug,
not?
Doug, don't engage, bro. Let me continue. Let me continue,
What
bro.
is the difference between is and not?
They trying to throw my shit off. So
That's not even.
War-
That's
War
not relevant
Sergeant,
at all.
I
So
will
hold on,
say
hold on,
that-
hold on, hold on,
Oh
hold
my
on,
God.
hold on. I'm talking, so that means everybody shuts up. So first of all, I'm a comment on some of the stuff Emmett said, right? So, Emmett, if your debate opponent accuses you of being bad faith in his opening, which your debate opponent did, and he labeled what your arguments were going to be in advance, that
That's
is
correct.
that is a very good debate tactic, right? And it's supposed to make you emotional and throw you off of your game. And it's your job to address that, which you did. And you got points for addressing that during the debate and telling him that he was full of it, right? So he scored and he gave you a chance to score, and you scored also on those points, right? And so it's not a zero sum. Just because someone says something doesn't mean you have to have an emotional reaction to it. That's where you failed, right? You're still butthurt about it. I don't understand why. Is it like some sense of pride? You have a sense of pride, right?
Oh,
Don't be like Do in that sense of pride that he has, where he gets all butthurt when people say stuff to him because he acts like a child like that, right? You don't have to be like that, right? You can be the bigger man, all right?
Okay, sure. I agree with you.
Be the bigger man. It's okay.
I mean, I don't think you got to grow up on bit. I'm just gonna come in and say,
Doc, I think you're a fascist. You're
you ain't gotta grow up a
rise of
bit,
the fascist left. Okay, you're just going ahead
Relax.
and showing us what the rise of the fascist
Relax.
left is.
Relax.
Okay,
I'm
that's
just
what I
saying,
think.
relax, Emmett.
I think
You got all the time in the world. Relax.
You realize saying like reality is a metaphysical claim, though, Duck?
Metaphysics is the nature of reality. That's what the term metaphysics means.
Okay, that's fine. But I'm just
So-
saying you use that a lot, and you
Hold
don't
on,
like
hold on,
go any
Deuce.
layers deeper.
Can I
Hold on,
respond
Deuce.
to what?
I enjoy
hold on.
metaphysics, so yes.
Dude's back, and I was laying into Emmett, and then he got up and walked away when it was his turn. So Do, my moderator was fair.
Thanks.
All right. So like attacking the moderator after the debate, that's like grade school stuff, right? Like, and I even said that you won.
I'm taking off,
too,
Anson.
right?
Have a good
Yeah,
night, guys.
Hey,
Bye.
Duck,
Good
man,
night,
thanks
Duck.
for coming up, man.
Bye, Doug.
So you understand that, right? Like the moderator was fair, and like she came in and basically said, "Hey, y'all need to stop doing stuff." And I even came in once and had to moderate just for a second too, right? Because y'all were saying stuff that was I felt outside the bounds of something that I wanted on my channel, right? But in terms of like, she didn't come in there and put her thumb on the scale for one side or the other. And then after she came up and talked to y'all, she kind of stayed back. Like she didn't do a whole lot of moderating. Do you think that she should have come in more against Emmett? Is that why you said that you thought she wasn't fair?
Right. So hopefully you allow me to finish, and Emmett or Beth won't try to talk over me. So I want to respond to what you said, right? So I never said that she wasn't fair, right? She came in and qualified her belief and substantiated that she was a Christian. And that says, and I said, that's why she's biased. I think that that's fair. What is unfair about that? Anson.
So in the context of those comments, it was directly related to her performance moderating, right? And so during her performance as moderator, she didn't show her bias, so it's irrelevant, right? And I know that if I came in, like I'm not Christian, right? But I actually disagree with both of y'all on this and think that y'all are both wrong. And so from my perspective, right? Like it's kind of irrelevant that I'm not Christian, right? And from Beth's perspective, it's kind of also irrelevant that she's not Christian because like she didn't let it show during the debate, right? Like that those comments that she made were after the debate was over.
I never said that she was unfair, because if you come from a Christian perspective, that would imply that you are biased. If I offended you or Beth, I apologize. But a judge that's Christian and we going against God, that's absolutely, going to have some type of bias in there. So if it was disrespectful to anybody, I apologize. But I never said that she was unfair. Unfair and kind of biases is similar, but not the same.
Okay.
I'm not a judge, dude. I didn't judge anything about your debate.
I never
All I
said
did
that
was
you
make sure the
did.
two of you stayed on track.
I never said that you did. I just said you came in and qualified. You kept what? There was no point
you on it the second you said it earlier.
That's fine, and I accept that. But I'm saying that what is the reason for you to come in and say and qualify that you're a Christian, right? So whenever you do that, it should be okay for me to say that, yeah,
I called
that's a biased position.
Called me biased right off the bat. And it was a while later that I said, dude, I shouldn't have to, sit there and get shit because now afterwards on the panel, I give my Christian knowledge and my Christian perspective on an open panel. I
It
can
sounds
do
like I hurt
that.
your
I
feelings. I
can do that
apologize
on
for
the
calling
open
you.
panel.
I
I'm not
apologize
saying
for
you're
calling
right.
you biased, Beth. I apologize for calling you biased. Sorry.
Thanks, dude. That was
Yeah.
nice of you, man. I appreciate that.
It's all good. It's all good.
Yeah,
I get it. I'm not.
Yeah,
Just don't be so quick to be defensive. You even won.
yeah.
And like
So
you got defensive for no reason.
I'm answering questions.
Can
So-
I ask you my second question? Sorry, go
Yeah,
ahead.
go ahead.
Jeremy.
Please.
Yeah, so my second question, this is a good faith question because I'm just genuinely curious. You were referring to the commentary of scripture that you were reading. What commentary were you referring to?
I'll have to go look it up because I don't have it with me. But to elaborate on the critique that you gave Emmett, right? That I did force him to hold a position on a Christian God. I think that was my intentions. And then why I called him bad faith, right? I said in my opening that it's bad faith that he didn't want to choose a God so I could critique that God's morals. And he fell right into it. When you talk about big points, that is big points because you're right. He did have the stronger position, but I made him let it go, right? And made him defend the Christian God. So I agree with you on that. I can Google it and try to find that for you. I don't have it on hand, but let me try to find it. Okay.
Okay, I'm just genuinely curious what commentary you were looking at. Because like I said, I thought Emmett had the way stronger position in.
He did
because it's just really meticulous defending the Christian claims. But the prompt is not a meticulous Christian claim. The prompt is a broad claim about God determining morality. And it doesn't even have to do with what the morality is. The morality is, it doesn't really matter. It just matters what the root cause of it is. And I think that Emmett had a really strong position. And I thought you did a good job of baiting him into it. You continuously baited him and you ended up getting him into it. And I think Emmett did do a good job trying to kind of talk about like transcendental argumentation after that. I just think that you did a good job of baiting him into it and then still trying to consistently get him to argue it, even though he was making this argument.
I agree completely that I had him arguing things that weren't even the prompt that would lead to greater, evidence on my side for my support, right? Whenever I make him get off of his position, right, and start arguing Christian God, and that's when he's losing the debate because it gives more to my side. You feel me? So I agree with you completely. You know what I'm saying? I got him off of his position of just more God, objective morality coming from God, and I made him stick to the Christian God and be on defense. So yeah,
I completely agree with that, bro. Emmett, my question for you: why didn't you just argue tag? Yeah.
I didn't want to go full presuppositionist, and it's not because I don't like it. It's because I was, as I said, I was trying to have an actual conversation and got to a point in which the debate didn't evolve into pure nonsense. And when I went on ahead and it came to a point in which I was like, okay, fine, I'm gonna go ahead and give him something because he was just wobbling. He went on tangents and didn't actually ask me any questions during the cross. It was a very bad show in my opinion. But that's my opinions.
My notes post. So, I mean, I was coming from a biased position, obviously myself. But my notes.
Oh, that is noble of you to say. Thank you for that.
But my notes for you, Emmett, after Dew's opening, like my last note off of Dew's opening was tag him off the rip. Like, because that's
absolutely.
If you look at my
he fell off. You absolutely right.
They're both are presuppositional arguments, and I could just go ahead and do I was there to defend my worldview. That's why I offered a worldview, and we are doing two debates in which we're both the affirmative. I went on into his affirmative position, and my questions were directed to his affirmative position, and he didn't do anything like that. He went on ahead, rambled for like 10 minutes, and didn't even ask me a question about my position. And I think that's because he doesn't even know how to do proper cross-examination in a debate.
You know that's not true,
You
Sergeant.
can go ahead. I can go ahead and you can say that I didn't do the correct tactic or anything like that. But at some point, I was like, I just wanted to have a conversation with the guy.
So, Sergeant, he said I didn't ask him anything about his positions, right? I asked
You
him,
didn't.
is it possible that that men within 200,000 years could come up with morality on their own? And he agreed.
Do you
I told him,
understand that
bro,
that is a fallacy?
did I interrupt you, Emmett?
Do
Why
you
don't have-
understand that that's
you
a
gotta-
fallacy? The
Emmett,
presupposition of the
you said
question.
that I didn't ask you anything. Have
Okay,
some
let me
decorum,
put it
bro.
this way.
No. I
Is
just
it
want to respond
possible-
to what I just
Hey,
want to respond.
Dude,
Man,
you don't
nah,
understand
bro.
this, okay? But I'm gonna go ahead and ask you.
You need to
Is it
ask me
possible
after
that
I'm
you
finished
can
talking.
asphyxiate in
You
your
need
room
to
right now?
ask me after I'm finished speaking.
Is it possible
You need
that
to
you can
ask me
asphyxiate in
after
your
I'm
room right
finished
now?
speaking. Christian,
Is
have
it
some
possible?
decorum. I will answer any question after I'm finished. Have some respect,
Is it
bro.
possible
No, you need to have
that
some
you
respect.
can
No, you
asphyxiate
need to
your
have
room
some
right now?
respect. You need to
No?
have some respect.
Okay.
Have some
So you
respect
don't even
after I'm
understand
finished
the
speaking.
basic
And
entitlement
I
of the question.
also
That's why I
asked
can
him,
say yes, and you're
you
gonna
just
be
need
like,
to be
"Oh, you
quiet,
agree
bro.
with
Let me
me,"
finish speaking.
which it doesn't mean that at
I
all.
can answer anything that you ask after I'm finished
No,
speaking.
you won't answer it. I know it because
will.
you're so butthurt about
You
it.
have to. I don't sound butthurt, sir. I'm just trying to land my plane.
Yeah, you're not gonna answer it anyway. I know
me
it
that I
because you didn't
also-
even go ahead and understand the
Is there
presupposition of your question.
multiple guys with multiple tenets of morality, which he also conceded, right? I think that was to my point. And then I also asked him which guy, which also took him off the point. And then I also asked him about the 10 most peaceful nations. So he keeps saying I never asked him about any of his positions, which
Has
I
that
did.
anything to do with my worldview?
Yes.
Oh Lord!
No.
You see, you don't
I think
understand how to do cross. It's
he's
incredible.
trying to
I'll put
say
those,
it's an
I'll put
internal
those sources
critique
in
of
the
him.
back. I'll put those sources in the
You
back.
can put any source you want. We have the
I'm not
sources.
talking to
Okay,
you,
the
silly
whole
butt.
point. The
I'm not
whole
ta- he
point
asked
is that
me
it
for
has nothing to
sources,
do with my
and I put them in the
worldview.
back.
Nothing.
I'm not talking to you, silly.
It has nothing to do with. Okay, fine.
Yeah, he
I'm not-
asked me for my sources, and I supplied them for him. Shut up,
It has nothing to do with it. Okay,
bro.
absolutely
He asked me
nothing to
what
do
my
with
sources was about my great claim,
Yeah.
and I provided them for him.
I asked
So
him
it
for the
does.
commentary. He's giving me the commentary.
Misunderstanding of the scriptures, man. That's the one of the biggest problems is that you get these atheists who sit there and they want to attack it, but they don't take the time to understand what certain things meant in that time period. Just because you think that, oh, this equates out to what I would perceive to be grave, that has nothing to do with what things were back then. It's like the same old adage of, oh, we called him a viper. That's nothing. Back then, that was worthy enough to rip your clothes. I hate my internet, and I'm getting this fixed tomorrow, guys. I swear to God. But back then, like calling somebody a viper would have caused them to rip it, and it says it even in scripture. They ripped their clothes. You only had like 2 sets of clothes, so for you to grab it and rip it, that's like you've been offended out of your gourd, So there is a difference to language and how things are meant back then versus how we see it now. And it's a huge reach to take that and turn that into a great claim. That was ridiculous.
Okay, so to respond to what Beth said, I also addressed that too. If you remember, Sergeant, I said because
ridiculous.
Damn, Beth, can you?
Yeah. Here you
How
go.
come the Christians don't have no decorum on the panel? I just want to know that. Like nobody can let me respond.
Because you've been having all night too.
Excuse me. Let me respond to what
I'm
you
gonna
say.
leave.
That's the standard.
Excuse me, and let me respond.
Hold on. Emmett's
my
gonna.
God.
Emmett's. Hold on.
Yeah.
Emmett's gonna leave. Let him
I'm
have.
gonna leave.
Let him have the last word. Emmett, say
I'm
some
gonna
stuff.
leave the
Man.
panel right now. Okay, I'm beyond. Like I don't want to listen to these people, to this person cry anymore. I mean, it's enough for me. to keep listening this guy cry about a debate. It's like every single time, oh my God, the decorum. Oh my God, the Christians. Oh my God, you have no morals. You have no way to justify your morality. There's no way I can feel bad about you trying to go ahead and tell me, oh, this is so bad. Yeah, the ideas behind all of what you said and your questions had nothing to do with my worldview. I should have said just it's irrelevant. You can move on, and those answers would have been sufficient because you don't know what you were talking about. I was trying to have a conversation. I was trying to be good faith to you, just so you know. Thank you so much, Answer, for having me on and for hosting the debate. You're amazing, W. Hansen. At the end of the day, W. Hansen. At the end of the day, I hope this gets monetized and you make a ton of money out of it. Thank you, Patrick, for your comments. I will take them into account. And congratulations on your baptism. I think it's amazing. And thank you so much for moderating, Beth. Have a good night.
Good night, Emma. Yeah,
All
no,
right,
though
can I
you've been
respond to
over
what Beth
talking
said?
everybody all
Man,
night
I'm trying
long,
to
and you're
respond to
screaming
what
that
you
people
said,
are
and you
spurging.
still over
You scream
talking,
that
Christian
people are.
woman.
You scream that people are spurging when
Oh
you're the only
man,
one who's screaming, and
yeah.
you overtalk everybody all the time. So why the fuck should anybody treat you any differently? You
So to
teach people
respond
how
to
to treat
what
you.
Beth
You
said,
teach people how to treat you.
okay, Christian woman. So
Yeah.
to
You don't know shit
respond to
about my
what Beth
beliefs. You don't
said,
know shit about my beliefs.
listen, quit
I don't
spurging,
turn the
bro.
other cheek. That's not what that meant.
Can I respond or what? He's answering. You see who's butt hurt around here. So anyway, they keep talking about the interpretation of the scriptures, right? And they're talking about my interpretation. Sergeant, you asked me for the commentary, and I gave you my sources, so it wasn't my interpretation, right? But then here's the thing, though, Sergeant. Who do we believe? Beth and Emmett. So we don't believe my interpretation, but we got to believe their interpretation, which
So-
my interpretation, it wasn't even me. I gave the sources to Sergeant, which that he asked for, which is Michael Coogan, the Old Testament, a historical literary introduction to the Hebrew scriptures, who said it was great, not due diligence.
So what was that specific scripture? I'll double verify your source for you. What was the specific segment of the scripture?
That wouldn't be verifying my source, but it was.
Yeah, it has to go by what one specific person said. And where did I tell anybody
Hold
to
on,
fucking
hold on.
listen to me?
Deuteronomy 22, 28 through 29. And
So
there's no consensus on what that means. You have scholars that argue both ways.
Deuteronomy what now?
Oh, but wait, we're supposed to
22.
listen to the one
I
you
mean, Beth can't be quiet.
Just
I'm
calm down, dude. Calm down. Just tell me the name of the scripture.
I'm calm. 22, 28 through 29. I hope y'all having fun. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I am. I'm having a blast, man.
I'm having a blast too, and I'm just talking. You know what I mean? But people just continue to talking over me. I appreciate it, moderator. You know.
Hey, I'm not moderating right now. I'm on a panel with you.
I wasn't talking to you. I wasn't talking to you. I wasn't talking to you. You see?
Mm-hmm. You've been over talking everybody all night long, dude. So that's what it is. If that's the rules of the game, then everybody plays by those rules, not just you.
Beth, whatever. You wasn't even on the panel. I was talking to. So let's say I was over talking Emmett. What the hell that got to do with you?
I wasn't on the panel. I've been sitting here the whole time. What does that have to do with me? Is again, it's an open panel, so everybody plays by the same rules, right? Right.
I never over talked you. That's the point that I was making.
Doesn't matter if everybody. And actually,
really,
yeah, you have. I'm sure I can rewind and find at least once. But again, look, if somebody's going to sit there and overtalk everybody over and over and over again, and then start screaming that everyone else is spurging, which is hilarious when you were the only one yelling. Okay, then this is the rules of the game, right?
Okay, Beth.
So I'm gonna come out here with my my judgment of this, right? So, are you familiar with the concept of the fact that there are very many different kinds of Christians?
Yeah,
And there are wildly different interpretations of the Bible depending on which Christian you're talking to.
correct.
All right. So in fact, sola scriptura Christians who think that they can just read the Bible and have it mean whatever the hell they want it to mean.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they can read the Bible and use it to bet at the horse races because they've got you know lots of correlation without causation in their mind.
You're fine, babe.
So yeah, so when I'm looking to interpret the Bible, I always go to an Orthodox Christian source because that's the specific sect of Christianity that wrote the New Testament of the Bible. And so their interpretation is always the most original interpretation. And from the perspective of an Orthodox Christian, the Deuteronomy is talking not about unconsensual violation, but it's talking about the transformative power of love and the fact that if you have relations prior to marriage, that the only way to make that a non-sinful act is to become married. And part of the payment to the father is for reparations for having sinful, lustful relations with a woman,
It's
and not
devaluing.
and yeah, it's to repair the damage done to the family for the sinful act. In addition to the marriage, it's a reparative act. It's like restorative justice.
Okay, so I will accept that, and I like that how you introed that, how you came into it, right? And I think everything that you said leads to my point and the point that I was making, right? That we have a variety of different Christians and Christian sects that interpret it how they want to take it, right? And you brought up a source and said it's interpreted that way.
Yeah,
I brought up my source
right,
and said that it was interpreted this way. Who should I believe is the
right,
point.
Yeah, but
Hold on. Oh, let me finish. But
right.
you give more gravity to your side. I brought up Michael D. Coogan, who is a lecturer on the Hebrew Bible, Old Testament at Harvard Divinity School, director of publications for the Harvard Semantic Museum, editor-in-chief of the Oxford Biblical Studies Online, professor emeritus of religious studies at Stonehill College. So given that, right, who do we believe? And that goes to my point. Who
Well,
is the
yeah,
arbiter? Hold on, Anson.
yeah.
So
No, I'm holding on.
do you agree that you have a source, I have a source, right? But somehow their side, there is an objective arbiter, but we just have to believe man at the end of the day. So everything you said is to my point.
Yeah,
We still have to believe man.
and I'm not going to argue with that point, except for the fact that the way that I prefaced why I used that particular source instead of the other ones actually lends credence to my source's interpretation, because when Jesus came to the earth from the Orthodox Christian perspective, he created the hierarchy of the Christians in the apostolic succession that canonized the Bible and told us what God's word was from the Orthodox perspective. And so they're the only arbiters of the actual word of God because they were the original Christians.
As a Protestant, I concur with that. How about that? I
Yeah.
agree. I
Because
think that the original church, being the Orthodox Church, they absolutely have the right interpretations on things, and that's exactly where I look to it. And I mean, when I say I'm a Protestant, look, I'm kind of recovering, and I wish Glenn was here to hear that. Um, on the same note, though, I mean, like I do still have that habit of like, yes, I will absolutely go straight to the horse's mouth, the original church. What is it that they have said? Which, by the way, just so we're clear, early church leaders quoted the New Testament 38,289 times. And as far as ancient copies go of the Old Testament, there are over 5,000 ancient copies. Okay, so this is a reliable source. And the early fathers, they're going to know exactly what is meant with what. And especially because we have the parables and we're told to look to them for understanding when we're trying to understand what the parables mean. Am I right on that, Patrick? I'm pretty sure I got that one right.
This isn't to provide like commentary on the content of what you guys both are saying, but maybe to provide context to do is that the reason they both refer to this is because the Orthodox literally created the canon that the Protestants even follow. All of modern Christianity follows the canon that the Orthodox set into motion.
No,
They don't all. They don't all.
They deleted sections and added sections, and the Mormons added a whole new book.
And,
well,
and
okay.
here's the thing: is growing up,
it depends on what your interpretation of that is. Then,
Patrick,
right,
growing up Protestant, like seriously, I grew up at the knee of a female pastor. Okay, and like it took me till I hit like 20 to realize there's a problem with this.
The OT is the only one that's different, though. Like everybody agrees with Jerome, which is a saint in the Orthodox Church. Everybody agrees with his books, which we accepted at the Sixth Ecumenical Council, because we accepted local synods as far as what the New Testament is, and that's the only reason I'm saying that is because basically we accepted 2 local synods at the Sixth Ecumenical Council to say what the 27 new books are, and then that's what the Protestants all quote, which is essentially the canon of Jerome, but they kind of subjectively look at Jerome, whereas we are like,
I've never even heard of Jerome. How about that? I've never even heard of it.
Okay,
so let me
that's a guy. Jerome's a guy.
Yeah, I got that. I got that.
So those things I would accept, except that we're starting with the assumption, right? We're starting with the assumption that the Orthodox Church is the church because Jesus set up the hierarchy and all that. I don't start with that assumption, and you cannot validate that at all. That's dogma, right? Because what we have to deal with are books that was created after Jesus died, right? We got to deal with this canon, with these people, with these people and all that type of stuff. So I don't start with that assumption there, right? I don't even start with the assumption that Jesus did all the things that he did. You can't even substantiate anything of that. So once you start right there, yeah, you make those assumptions and those claims, but I don't have to agree with that. You can't substantiate any of that.
All right. So first of all, these books were in circulation, so to speak, within 30 years of the crucifixion. Okay, so these were written in his lifetime, and very, very soon after, we see them being wait, you're talking over me. Hang on. We see them we see them in circulation. Okay. Then on top of that, we have multiple Roman sources, Greek sources, Egyptian sources. There are other sources outside of the Bible that documented this guy existed. Here's what he did. We have tons of Romans who, based on the things they saw him do, left paganism and moved into Christianity. So, I mean, there is some validation that exists historically for these things. However, no, you're right. You don't have to believe a lick of it, and that's totally fine.
That's the point.
I absolutely respect freedom of will. Have at it.
And that was Chairman's point, because he tried to come authoritative, like this is it, when it's not it.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Let me finish now, Beth, because he's trying to say that the Orthodox Church is the church and they the only one to lay claim to the truth and they have the complete truth. But we know that that's fucking crap. We know that that's fucking crap.
Well, who determined the canon that you were even reading
I
from?
can't finish, Beth. Get some decorum, Christian woman. You know what I'm saying? We know that that's fucking crap because we got 100 different denominations that claim all the same things. And then, like my argument in the debate, I have to believe you. And who the fuck are you?
The vast majority, except for like the crazies.
On that note, because now I gotta argue.
Except for the crazies, the vast majority of them agree on the interpretation.
Let me up on the panel.
Just because some
hold on, Beth, let him do his outro.
Okay, run away. Bye, dude.
So, your channel link is pinned in the description. So everybody needs to go out and click on the description to the stream and sub up to Due Diligence. He's been a really good sport tonight in this debate and in the panel afterwards. I really appreciate you coming on, Due.
I really appreciate you letting me have this debate over here. I have fun. Anson is a good opponent, whether we agree or not, and I would love to debate him again. Next time the debate is supposed to be me and you on communism. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to hold you to task on that. But I had really fun, like regardless of, if we disagree or not. You know what I'm saying? Like I come on these panels in order to challenge my beliefs, right? Because I want to sharpen myself. If I'm wrong, you know what I'm saying? I would accept that I'm wrong. You know what I'm saying? So I don't have there's no hard feelings. You know what I'm saying? I hope you don't feel like that I'm acting some type of way. Yes, I get passionate in debates. You know what I'm saying? I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think everybody gets passionate on the things with that they believe also. But all in all, I have fun. I think it was a good debate, even though it became contentious, and I really appreciate the opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you, Due.
I think no disrespect to him. I wish he had stayed because, like, even with what he's saying, Alaska. Oh my God, this dog.
Well, he felt like we were dogpiling him, and I hate when people feel like that. I don't mean to make people feel like that, but I think that's how he felt.
Yeah,
and I get it. I get it because that's the thing is he's trying to challenge our worldview, but the thing is that he's not even hearing the challenge to what he's saying. Because just because some guy who goes to college, reads a book and says, I think I can interpret it better than the original church interpreted it, and what you and I were saying is the vast majority of Christian sects do see the same and do hold to the same interpretation. You do have some like the Mormons and some of the more crazier ones who have totally different understandings of what it's saying. But it gets even harder when you have atheists who say, I think I know what this means better than the people who wrote it. And I wish you would have heard me out on it because it's hard. It's a hard situation. And this is why religion is the number one leading cause of war in world history.
Well, I think it's hard, like you're saying, because like I was just saying, at the Sixth Ecumenical Council, we determined the canon, and all Christian denominations hold to the 27 New Testament books. Like literally, aside from the Mormons and Jehovah's Witnesses and crazy people like that, but all the traditional Reformation Protestants, plus the Catholics, plus the Orthodox, everybody holds to the 27 New Testament canon books. And so it's like, well, if you're not looking at history, then what are you looking at? We literally at my church, at my parish, we have an icon that we kiss and venerate, that's of the Theotokos, that is literally older than the Protestant Reformation at our church. And so it's like, I don't know how you guys can
So let me just say this because I just looked up the Orthodox Jewish interpretation since it's an Old Testament section to see if the Orthodox Jews had a different interpretation of their holy book that the Christians later interpreted. And the Orthodox Jews, specifically, the word tapas, T-A-P-S, is to seize, which is the word that was used that is now conflated for grape. And that word is not the same word. The word used for graping in the Jewish language, what is that, Yiddish or whatever they speak?
Hebrew,
whatever. It's chazdak. And so it's a totally different word to mean what it's interpreted as today. And how they view it is the same way that the Orthodox Christians view it, as in it's a taking of the woman's chastity and lowering her value in terms of marriageability. And it's the 50 shekels that you pay is reparations to the family, and the marriage is for making it whole. So yeah,
exactly. And that was the point I was trying to say. There's a huge argument when it comes down, and I hear this argument a lot with the LGBT community when they try to say that, oh no, the Bible says that a man shall not lay with a boy, right? And that it's advocating against PDF files. And I went and I looked up the Hebrew words. Okay, so the Hebrew word for man is Adam. Woman is, oh my God, I know this. I'm totally spacing. It's something different when it comes to children. It's Yeldai for children, Yelda for girl, and another form of the Yeld word for boy. And the scripture specifically says, Adam shall not lie with Adam. Now, you can't mix up those words, between Yeldai and Adam. They're they're worlds apart, right? But this is what they try to do, is they try to say, but it's like, go look at the Hebrew. It's totally different from what it's being made out to be. And it becomes the biggest argument that there is. And I wanted to explain to you some, Patrick, like, literally, I grew up with King James version, which I hate reading with a passion. And like I like the words, half of the words you just used, I didn't learn until more recently. Like I was taught that that Trinity belief was a heresy and things like that. Like my
You were
parents.
raised in a Unitarian church?
I was raised in a non-denominational where we didn't even actually have a church until I was almost an adult. We went to
It
people's
sounds like she was
houses.
oneness, Anson. It sounds like she was like oneness type. Is that right, Beth?
What'd you say?
Oneness? Like like the Trinity is one? No?
Yeah, I was taught that the Trinity is one, and is saying that they're all the same thing and that it's heresy. But even then, saying Jesus, like I've had to break it down with my dad as far as, the Godhead and how you have God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. Saying that, my dad, nope. Oh my God, freaked out. And I had to break it down and be like, Dad, this is what I'm saying. And he was like, oh, well, I agree with that. But then the second I say Jesus is God, freaks the hell out. Freaks out. My parents met in the Way ministry. Look that shit up. Okay. I had an interesting childhood.
And so just for Anson's edification, I guess I'll explain this. And this is not exactly what Beth's parents were talking about, but it's an interpretation. This is just Patrick's interpretation, which is that oneness is like, it's modalism is what it is, which is that everybody is one, like everybody is one essence in the same way that we think about it, but they operate in three modes of understanding for humans. So like the Father is a mode of understanding for humans, Christ is an understanding for humans, and the Holy Spirit is a way of understanding for humans. But they are all one. So it's just one being.
Wait. No,
Is that wrong?
no. Wait. This was totally different than that because I was specifically taught my entire childhood Jesus is not God. Jesus is
Oh, wow.
the Son of God, completely removed from God. And like I had a whole lot of questions about, well, then how could what about his divinity? And no, God or Jesus was all man as the Son of God and is not God. And anyone who says that Jesus is God is going to burn in hell. That this is what I was taught as a child. Okay, like
Wow.
I was taught some really weird shit when I was little.
Well, so this is like the first couple heresies. Like this is either Arianism or Nestorianism, which are the first two heresies dealt with at the first ecumenical council and the second ecumenical council. And I don't even blame your parents for that, because I myself, when I was struggling in my early 20s and late teens, once I got to my early 20s and kind of found that I did believe in Christianity and was trying to discern it for myself, I myself found myself in Arianism. So, I mean, I can't even, like, in claiming that Christ was a created being, for example, that was created as a divine being to renew our contract with God and stuff like that. And I mean, I can justify that, like, with scripture and stuff like that. I don't believe that now, but I mean, I can still use the same scriptures and stuff to justify my thoughts then.
All right.
I grew
Hold
up-
on one second.
Okay.
I want to thank my first moderator, Naomi, for appearing.
Hi, Naomi.
And saying hit the like. And Naomi, you're welcome to come up, but I'm probably going to ignore you in the back room like I did the last time. So go on and come up, so I can see what your camera looks like, because that would be pretty cool. But you're not going to get up on the panel because, I'm not going to do that. So And how's Mike doing tonight, Naomi? Let us know. And yeah, John Burt, you too. Um, it's really good to see you in the chat, man. It's hilarious. Everybody else in the chat, I really appreciate all y'all. There are links pinned if you want to join the panel or join the Discord. And I want to thank Agrilapolis for hosting the fan Discord. You're awesome,
Board
dude.
janitor is awesome.
Yeah, the board janitor, you're terrific, man. So yeah, y'all go ahead and continue. I didn't mean to derail,
So-
but I wanted to thank the
Yeah,
chat.
so I definitely hit my. Go ahead, Beth.
I just was I was saying right into what you were just talking about. It's actually, like, when I started I started asking my church, like, I have these questions because what you're saying doesn't seem like it jives right with scripture on a lot of different things. And they started slowly kind of like people stopped talking to me, and I started really having to work it for myself. And I actually grew more because I had the foundation of at least how to read the scriptures, right? And then that just taught, seeing the what's it the hypocrisy within my own church leadership drove me to seek out more understanding and to read it and work it for myself. And then I got to be honest with you, and sorry, Anson, forgive me. Like, people in the Crucible, like when I found the Crucible, they actually like took me way up and above. And like, I didn't even know. I thought, Orthodoxy and Catholicism were the same freaking thing. Like, which is funny because I study ancient history just prior to the schism. Because as soon as Rome takes over, then I was kind of like, yeah, I know what Rome does.
So Beth, now that you
So
say
is
that, I'll tell you what I was told about Orthodoxy from my family, who are I guess Baptist adjacent, but very non-denominational as well. Um, the word that I was given is that Orthodox are a bunch of Satan worshipers.
Oh, yeah. I was taught they were pagans.
Yeah,
who
they
were
worship
committing
idols.
idolatry by
Yeah.
praying to the saints.
Yeah, so we were raised
That's what I
very
was taught.
similar. Yeah.
Yep.
Yep, very similar. And so what ended up happening with me was that I eventually came to the conclusion that and it's the same conclusion that my mom still lives with to this day is that all churches worship Satan. And so using that as my logical basis for viewing religion, I determined that since I didn't want to worship Satan, I shouldn't have anything to do with any church.
Oh, see, this got even worse. Like as a child, so I called my parents, and still to this day, my dad's still alive. My mom, God rest her soul, yesterday was her death anniversary. I called them Etch-a-Sketch Christians. Okay, this was their way of leading us kids. Everything you do, everything you say, everything you think in your mind, you will have to answer for before God. But me, I'm already forgiven, so my sins are removed of me. Shake it up, etch sketch, never happened. I'm saved. God forgave me already. I don't even have to ask. Like there was one point in time where my mom did something that was horrible, horribly offensive towards me, and I went to her and I said, I just want you to apologize and promise me you won't do that again. And she literally said, I don't need your forgiveness. God already forgave me. And it's like, well, actually, scripture says you can't even ask God for forgiveness until you ask me for forgiveness. But let's not even talk about that, right? But then it goes back to, well, that's for our learning, not for our practice.
So I got a really good argument for our debate about uneven yokeness. So the Trinity's unity in love shows that a Christian woman's faith can unite her with a moral non-believing husband.
Yes. Listen, I've read the scripture on this. I understand because my first marriage was unequally, well, my only marriage was unequally yoked. Okay. So I had this belief because of my Protestant upbringing that, we should show love and forgive in all things and give people lots of room to change and to grow and all that kind of stuff, right? There comes down to a very basic point where, lip service is not enough. And even acts, yes, we're judged by our acts, but we're also judged on what we hold to be true in our heart, right? And so therefore, if a man doesn't have faith, he can't lead me in mine. How could he ever? Who's the new person we got?
Yeah. Hey, God TV radio. I'll add you, but I need to see who you are so that I know you're not just some sort of bot or whatever. So if you could wave at me from the back chat there, so I can, or from the back room, so I can see you. Is that not an avatar? What is that? That's an odd camera. Hey, wave at me, man. Say something. Wait, like put your arms up so I can see you moving around, so I can see that you're not a bot of some kind.
Hang on, Patrick.
He's talking a little bit. Can you wave too? Because I can't see any
No,
waving.
that's my WWE intro for Anson.
I'm gonna
That's
do
why- that's
I'm
what
gonna
I
do an
posted.
overlay. Hold on, I'm gonna add you to the stage. Go ahead, unmute and say something to me, man.
Hello. The reason why I use the avatar is because my webcam freezes on these things.
Oh, okay, cool. What's 4 plus 9?
4 plus 9, terrible at math. I think it's like 2006.
Okay. How you doing, man?
Doing pretty good.
That's a awesome cover you got there, dude. For having a webcam that doesn't work right, you got a really good overlay.
That's OBS. You can bring the bit rate down.
Yeah.
Stop.
Yeah, I'm surprised you know how to work OBS so well without a good cam.
I know how to work webcam. It's just they freeze up in some of these environments.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm
Sorry
super
about my
low.
dog, guys. He's so bratty.
Yeah. So, is there anything in particular you wanted to come up and reference since you're God TV radio? This topic that we're discussing seems to interest you in some way.
Yeah, debate on morality. I was wondering where you are in the topic, though.
Where I am. Oh, well, this hasn't been asked of me tonight. The two debaters didn't care. So we had a debate earlier, and both the debaters have already exited the panel.
I'll be right back, guys.
The debate was on the whether morality is from man or from God. And I am of the position that it doesn't come from either. That morality is an evolved entity. It's from the scaffolding created by prior generations of humans, and it is being adjusted now. And the social construction of norms that we have related to our ethics and morality are inherited. And so there's a component that is both being revised and that existed before any human was here. So we can't say that man created it, a specific man, like was being argued in the debate, but more so it's a cultural phenomenon that is evolutionary in nature.
Well, I have issue with evolution, and I would hate to imagine our morality is based upon humanity because, well, we just look at our history and we can see that humans suck.
Amen to
Yeah,
that.
and I agree with that. And so I don't suggest that anyone ever become an atheist, ever accept any secular mindset whatsoever, because humans are incapable of existing without a higher purpose in their life that gives them some sort of meaning to point towards that's above themselves. Because when humans lose that, when what we've done in the past 100 years is shed the evolutionary scaffolding that we have built, where we have a higher purpose to aim toward. And so we're engaging in this massive experiment now that's resulted in increased self-deletion and nihilism. And it's a very poor model for humans to exist within.
Of a hardcore atheist is a fall into nihilism.
Yeah, and I used to be a hardcore atheist. I would go out and proselytize for atheism. And it is it's something that I regret about my life.
Well, it's not just about purpose and function. It's also whenever we try to build laws or try to construct societies, if we say, well, this is my view, and we just go along with the majority, well, what if the majority has really terrible thoughts?
Oh, I agree. Yeah, I'm behind you 100% there. I mean, that voting, for example, we shouldn't allow that because it's built on the same framework. It elevates the individual to the point where they think that they actually have agency when they really don't. Right? Rule of the majority of thought is a horrible way to live. It's fallacious reasoning, and people shouldn't have to be subjected to that way of life.
I agree. Whenever I was younger, I actually thought that the people had a voice and the power, but now I believe the system's rigged.
Yeah. Well, I mean, voting in and of itself is a prideful thing, right? Where you think that you have the answers, and you don't subordinate yourself to the actual system that's ruling you. When in reality, you have to, right? There's a hierarchy that exists, and governments aren't led from the bottom up. And that's the lie that democracy and the whatever you call this thing that we have in the United States, that's the lie that the people believe.
I think some of these systems might actually work if it wasn't for people being so greedy and nasty. If they'd actually stick by their guns and all that, things would be a lot better. But too many people get into it for the wrong reasons.
Well, yeah, and that's denying the nature of humans, right? I mean, we're all flawed, right? And so to empower an entire society, all of the flawed members of the society to rule through voting and other means, right? We're basically asking for the system to fall apart, and that's why I said that I don't suggest anyone have a secular mindset, because it forces you into that worshiping of yourself, and when you do that, you're just elevating all of those negative characteristics of all of us.
That's one of the issues I've had on my own show. I've had atheists as well as Satanists come in, and they seem to have the same mentality where it's about them and what they think. But if we come from nothing and we end in nothing, then why have the narcissism?
Exactly.
And I'll go ahead and agree with you there, man. Atheists, I mean, the ones that I've interacted with, they're all very prideful. Right, and that's what you're describing is rampant pride.
If I can throw in too, the other thing is that when you boil it down to people creating rules and whatnot based on not having God in the picture, it comes down to pain and pleasure, right? They make decisions totally based on that, and those are not things that are universally felt. And so all that does is just go to show even more so why it's important to have some kind of moral structure that is above you and above what you believe and what you think, because what you believe and think is not what the people next to you believe and think. I hope that makes sense.
Well, I agree with you, but I'm curious what you guys think on this. If we're basically the product of nature, what mechanism in nature creates this consciousness or this want to actually bond or work with each other or even survive together?
Yeah, so that has to do with the increasing complexity of what it means to be alive, right? So at one point in time, like, there was no living thing, what caused life to spring from nothing, right? And that's the problem that theists have, and why they use the transcendental argument for God, because they're intangible aspects of the universe that we can't really explain why they exist or how they exist. And logic is the one that the transcendental argument really relies on. But how did something come from nothing? Well, there was always something, right? It just wasn't living something, right? And that's where I think a lot of the atheists go wrong, is they agree with the concept that there was a beginning.
Well, isn't wouldn't you guys say that the Big Bang is a supernatural claim?
I would.
I would as well. Yeah. And it's rampant speculation, because we have such a narrow view of what the universe is. And you know what, 500 years ago, we didn't know what bacteria was, or 300 years ago, or whatever it was. Like, we're not as advanced and great and wonderful, and our scientific knowledge, like the pride that we have in that, is misplaced. So I'm not in a position to be able to even like support my speculation about what the nature of the universe is. I can just do the best that I can with the tools that I have available, and I don't trust modern science. And I don't think anybody should be, using science to create a worldview. That's just wrong. But my understanding of the universe, I'm just trying to understand what the nature of the universe is, and do my best to apply that to some sort of logic,
Watch out, left.
because that's all I can do. It's kind of like the Greeks did when they were developing their ethical system. The start of Greek ethics is physics, right? And it's more physics in terms of what is the nature of everything going on around me, so that I can understand what logic is, so that I can apply that to a system that is promoting human flourishing.
Well, let me throw something at you and see what you think about this. You agree that in order to be able to even do the process of science, or even incorporate anything into it, what you're studying must first be rational and logical. If it's in a chaotic phase, you're not going to be able to find any consistency to be able to study it and come up with facts around it. Do you agree with that?
Duck would say, what reality are you looking at here, bro? That's what Duck would say.
Well-
what reality are you looking at here, bro? That's what
here's
Duck would
another
say.
thing.
Because Duck literally did that shit earlier. Like,
Science
that's literally what he did.
I wanted to speak up, but I couldn't get a word in on that. So science is the study of a process, right? The Bible it doesn't describe a process. Okay, they don't contradict each other whatsoever. It's more of a prescription for thinking and behavior than it is how to, any form of science, right?
Right. What I'm asking, though, is do you believe that it's logic and rationality is required in the first place in order to be able to do science?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, logic exists in nature without humans.
Now, think about this. If you need things to be rational and logical in order to do science, then the very things you study must also be rational and logical, or you simply will not be able to figure it out, ever.
Yeah. And this
So
is the
if
problem.
that is the case, there's one last thing. Rationality and logic always has required a mind in order to be able to exist. So, with that being said, is the universe rational and logical, and can that lead you to God?
Yeah,
What
and
reality you living in, bro?
This is the tag argument lead in. And yes, you need a mind in order to have logic, right? Is that your the creation of the universe, and God is that mind? Is that where you're going with this?
Well, that's what we scientifically know and observe. Living things are only capable of rationality and logic.
Right. So who created God's mind then?
Well, God is defined as an entity that is a infinite regressor, where it's a prime mover that wasn't born and did not exist like we do.
Right. So you have to have a special pleading outside of the logical framework that you've constructed.
You can't use nature as the example or a prime mover, because according to the Big Bang, nature came into existence. It had a beginning point.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's why I disagree with the concept of the Big Bang, because it doesn't make sense.
It's a supernatural claim.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, and I don't like supernatural claims.
Yeah, I would ask you, Anson, just in the same vein as God TV Radio is talking about. I have 4 supernatural claims that I think Duck would appeal to.
Yeah.
Because I'm just gonna be Duck here. I'm just gonna be Duck from
Okay,
now
go ahead.
on.
Yep.
Okay. All right. 4 supernatural claims that Mr. Duck appeals to, and you're gonna debunk them. Are you ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
Everything comes from nothing. That's number 1.
Yeah, no, I disagree with that. There's no evidence to support that. Something has to come from something, but at the same time, the something coming from something in the framework within which you're describing it is a very narrow framework that's limited by our perception, right? So if everything has always existed, then the something that you see, like a dog coming from the birth of another dog, is your limited perception of what something coming from something is. But
So
on the grand
eternal
scheme of
reality.
things, yeah, on the grand scheme of things, everything's already existed and has always existed. And therefore, the something that is, like the entire object that is the universe, didn't have a something that it came from. It just is.
Right. So eternal reality in the mind of God, let's say.
Well, eternal reality and the nature of the universe.
Okay. All right. Number 2. Order comes from chaos, referring to evolution, for example. Order comes from chaos.
Order comes from chaos. I've never heard that as a way to describe evolution, and I'm not exactly sure how that
Well, because
is.
you're gonna have to lead into consciousness in some way, right? So like chaos is going to have to somehow,
Oh,
after
yeah.
like material things exist,
Yeah.
is going to somehow have to lead into a level of
Right.
order.
Yeah, and that's caused by non-biological evolution.
But order would have to also be like, for example, and the reason I say order is because it's going to have to be things that happen in a way that is, by the scientific method, justifiable, right? Like,
Right, yeah.
we
And
can
it's
yeah. You
yeah,
get
and
what I'm saying.
since we've already established that logic exists outside of the human mind, and it's an innate part of nature,
When did we do that?
that well we well God TV Radio was talking about it a minute ago, and I think that I talked about it some, but the logic exists as part of nature, and it is an intangible aspect of nature that creates order, as part of the feature of what the nature of the universe is without us, right? So it is part of the thing that just is, along with all of the material of the entire object that is the universe.
It just is not a rational justification.
Right. So you agree though that logic exists in the universe without humans, right?
Of course, it's subjective.
Yeah. And so, absent any evidence otherwise, I have no reason to believe that it was put there by anything, because it would be, irrational for me to think so. It wouldn't be reasonable, right? It is in the universe is a factual statement.
Well, so you kind of included things that I didn't say, which is
Right.
that I didn't say that it would be irrational to think it was put so by something else. I mean, obviously, I do think it was put so by something else.
Yeah, and that's because I've had this argument so many times that I'm trying to move to the next step. Go ahead.
Okay, what do you think? What do you think my next step is, Anson? What do you think my next step
know.
is?
Whatever it is that Duck's gonna say.
Okay,
'cause you're Duck right now.
life coming from non-life is my next step. Go ahead and
Yep.
explain how life comes from non-life, and let me hear that.
Okay, so non-biological evolution. So the universe has increasing levels of complexity for all objects, right? So
that violates thermodynamics, does it not?
No, not necessarily. It depends. It depends on well, so say you have in the universe objects, right? And all of these objects have a varying level of measurable complexity. And when the objects are interacting together, those objects specifically increase in complexity to a point where they spring to life because of the environment within which they exist in the universe.
Sort of
And,
appeal
and
to
so,
probability, but yeah, let's go ahead.
yeah. Well, it's observable, right? And it's also measurable. There's been a lot of work
By an interpretation that implies the self, which implies empiricism.
Well,
But yeah, go
no,
ahead.
no. Evolutionary chemistry has done a lot of work on this over the last couple of years, where you could actually take objects and measure the number of steps that it took to make them, and determine at which point an object is alive or non biological. Right. So, and I can send you some references to Lee Cronin's work on this so that it better explains it. But that's my explanation for it is evolutionary scaffolding caused by non-biological evolution causing increasing complexity, which forces objects to go from non-biological to biological entities.
Well, so does any of this, from your point of view, imply that we have an understanding of self, i.e., we exist, i.e., the other person we're talking to exists, i.e., space and time exists, and therefore the past exists? Would you say those are like presuppositions we could say exist?
Well, the past is so.
Like those four things I just said. Like, would you say those things exist based on that?
Yeah.
Well, so justify those claims.
Well, time is a matter of perception, and it's not
based on subjectivity.
Yes, based on our but
and a presuppositionally believing in the self.
Right. So it's a matter of the feature of the object that is a human in our perception.
Okay.
But time obviously exists, but it's in terms of the universe's perception, I view it as more of like increasing complexity over time, and not necessarily.
But thermodynamics says that we don't have increasing complexity over time; we have decreasing complexity over time.
Yeah, well, I actually disagree with that claim, but I also know that there are problems with thermodynamics, so I'm not going to appeal to that for an argument, and I'll just see that thermodynamics is flawed.
Why would you think that? Entropy explains why it is we die and age and go through all the different changes in our body. That's scientifically proven, but evolution, not so much.
I've seen documentation that leads me to believe that entropy is not, as described by thermodynamics, valid. And I don't have those references in front of me right now, but I'm not going to be an apologist for modern science, right? That's not what I want to do. I think that it's not something worth relying on.
Well,
would you at least believe there's some kind of breakdown on a cellular level?
Yeah, I mean, of course there are. I mean, for all objects, depending on what environment they're in, will degrade over time.
So how do we become more complex when this is going on at the same time?
Well, it depends on the specific object, right? So some objects fall apart and some objects increase in complexity, and it also depends on what kind of scaffolding they have, right? In terms of their evolution over time. So, I mean, not all objects are the same.
Is that by your interpretation?
Yeah, that's it. It's all by my own interpretation, which is the only thing we all have.
What's you guys' opinion on the Fermi paradox?
I'm not familiar with that.
Either.
Well, the Fermi paradox is basically, if I could briefly summarize it, why is it that we don't see abiogenesis or evolution working on any of the billions of planets that supposedly exist out there? Why is Earth so unique that it seemed to work if we were to presuppose evolution and abiogenesis is real?
Because our perception is limited. And I'll go back to referencing, my distrust in science, because it is so limited, right? Now, I'm not going to be foolish enough to say, just because we don't understand something, that we need to insert a mystical being that's, outside of logic to explain the existence of the universe.
Well, I'm not trying to say that this equals out to that. This is more on the essence or idea of why is it that we're not seeing evolutionary biogenesis on, more than one of billions of planets. It's simply, why aren't we seeing aliens or some other, at least some kind of organism that appears to be defined by life anywhere?
Well, and so the object that is human, you would agree that it's very difficult for us to leave our planet. And so it would be reasonable to assume that other living entities would also have a large amount of evolutionary scaffolding built up that tethers them to the planet that they're from. And so it would be very difficult for us, and with our limited vision of other planets, to be able to make the assertion that we do or don't know whether or not other planets have life on them. I mean,
But
the amount of the universe that we've actually studied and actually know what's going on the planet, other than rampant speculation based on light waves coming from those planets, like it'd be very difficult to say with certainty one way or the other that we haven't found a planet with life on it.
Well, nobody's given any. Go ahead.
Hold on,
Ma'am.
Beth, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just gonna say, for as much as many advances as we've made technologically with like our satellites and things like that, we would have some, some kind of something if, there to some degree, right? But even then, even on our own planet, why is it that we only had one group of, if we were to go with, if we were to go with evolution, right? We only had one group of monkeys or whatever that actually evolved, and then none of the others did, and we don't see great leaps like that anywhere else except for a one-time occurrence. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it's true. And we got to remember, too, although we're limited as a species, it doesn't mean Stephen Hawking himself, which, as you know, identified as an atheist, he was very concerned that we may run into an extremely superior entity or beings of a galactic type of empire that could come find us. So we may not be able to shoot shit to Mars just yet, waiting on Elon Musk on that. But that doesn't mean they don't have Star Trek already going.
Fair.
Well, and it's also highly likely that all of the planets that could support life like ours, there was a window of opportunity for them to leave their planet, and they weren't evolved enough and advanced enough to be able to leave. I think it's more likely that if we're able to ever leave our solar system and explore other solar systems properly, that what we'll find is a whole bunch of planets like ours with species of intelligent life that didn't make it before their planets became uninhabitable, like our planet will soon become as well.
Do you think we're going to make it to space? Do you think we're going to make it, or do you think we're going to die?
Not in the science fiction way that we're taught. I think it's more likely that we'd be able to send drones out farther, but not humans.
We need to do something, because I believe that we've got a galaxy that's heading towards us. It's going to be 1 billion years, but that's still in universe time pretty fast.
So I'm going to introduce that from my point of view, there's maybe 4 miracles that science believes in. It depends on how you believe in creation, which is based on the questions I asked you. Which is number 1, that everything comes from nothing.
Mm-hmm.
That's if you believe in like the Big Bang, etc., and so on. Number 2, order comes from chaos, which we know is not true, at least by science, because of thermodynamics, quote unquote. So like you can disprove everything after this by thermodynamics, if you believe in thermodynamics. The third being life coming from non-life, which we talked about. And the fourth being, which we didn't talk about, consciousness coming from non-consciousness. Because it's obvious that humans are different from animals, for example. And we have a level of consciousness that is higher than other beings that are alive, like other mammals. And so it's like, from my point of view, there are 4 miracles that the science guys believe in, and specifically the last 2 are very hard to disagree with from the science. Like I think Duck would be like talking in circles here and like not able to answer, and be like, oh yeah, I don't understand. Like Duck couldn't even understand what presuppositional argumentation was earlier.
Well-
When we were talking about it, but Duck would be like, "Oh yeah, life or whatever." But yeah, go ahead.
So I consider the life coming from non-life and the consciousness coming from non-consciousness to actually be the same claim. And so I would just point to the increase in complexity of objects depending upon their environment in the universe over time, and specifically with the object that is human, the environment of the Earth and our evolution and the scaffolding that we've received from prior generations of objects that came before us.
Well, so this goes even to the second claim, which is order coming from chaos.
Yeah.
But doesn't this bring us back to what board secretary just mentioned a while back? Then why is it that we're unique compared to all the other creatures? There's over 80, I believe 80 billion species on the planet, and we're the only one that has ever had the Enlightenment age.
Yeah. Well, the Enlightenment was a terrible thing for humans, but the what is it? We're not that special compared to the other animals from my perspective. Like, so that claim that's baked into your statement there, it's prideful to say that we're that much different than a chimpanzee, or we're that much different than a gorilla, or even your dog, right? Your dog emotes and is very very much thinking about things, although not on the same level as us. And that's why I say, like, we have a scaffolding for our evolution, and prior objects that came before us that weren't as complex weren't able to do that. And it may be that the object that is human won't be on the planet, but other animals will be, right? It could be that we evolve into something more complex, or we devolve, right? And our species dies off.
Well, it's not a matter of me considering animals less or less valuable or anything like that. But the point is though I believe my pet dog to be special in every kind of way, the thing ain't ever going to pay the bills around here or buy its own food.
Yeah, and that's very common sense way of looking at it.
Good dog, though.
Yeah.
I love mine too. He's such a good boy, but he's a brat. He's spoiled rotten. That's my fault. That's my fault. I told him he's special and pretty, and he went to his head.
So Patrick, let me talk to you for a minute, because I mean, I know you, man, and I know you're trying to argue with me some. I've come to the realization that I am not going to be able to find faith in God through logic. And I'm going to have to embrace having a more childlike mind where I can give faith and let it sort of take over. And so I've actually stopped even thinking about these kinds of arguments the way that I did even, 6 months ago, because this was my main goal. When I was Christian for like a month last year, trying to figure that stuff out. But I have to get like the faith part down before I can get the rest of it. And
Are you able to at least be open-minded towards the concept of a God without subscribing to a religion?
no.
Why not?
Oh, because I rejected all mysticism when I rejected Christianity.
Why do you think of it as mysticism or like some form of magic for?
Well, it's
It is.
yeah.
To me, I see magic as a sleight of hand. David Copperfield. To me, God is power. And there's a difference between power and energy over that of magic.
Absolutely.
But there's a certain level of, because I mean, I myself have struggled with my faith. coming from, I mean, I grew up like going to church every day. I mean, I went to Christian school every day, for example, and I still ended up struggling with my faith post, like, say, high school and then college era. But I think that a lot of this comes from the fact that there are good answers, and then there's a certain level of mysticism to be involved in it. And I mean, even if you look at the new pope, I'm not a Catholic, so just to make that clear, I don't like Catholicism. The pope is a heretic, as far as I'm concerned. But if you look at the new pope, even the new pope says that we need to look at the Eastern churches and like return their level of mysticism to our own masses and our own liturgies, and really remember what this is all about, and return that reverence to God. I mean, Pope Leo literally said all of those things I just said, because he even realizes that the Catholics themselves are like kind of getting into a weird legalistic stance about things and stuff like that, and realizing that honestly we can't understand everything about God, but we can try to. And so, like, for example, even if I talk about the Trinity, where I can explain things about the Trinity as far as monarchical Trinitarianism, and I can explain what all that means as far as like how all three people exist in one person and one essence and are undivided and stuff like that. There is a level of mysticism that exists, and even Pope Leo understands that that level of mysticism exists, and there's that level of mysticism that goes beyond that in all of our whole Christian life. And I think that's the hard part to grasp, is that level of mysticism, and I think it's intentionally so. But that's just my opinion.
That's fair enough. And I myself, I've looked into a lot of different religions. I've looked into worldviews. I myself was even a former atheist. And when I started self-reflecting and looking back on my own position instead of worrying about everybody else being wrong and having flaws, I started realizing there was a lot of holes in my own position as well. So, just saying.
Yeah, and no, and I agree. Like I don't have all the answers for anything, right? You know, I'm not perfect, and my entire like the way that I look at things is very skeptical. I just assume that you know everybody is wrong, including me.
Well, you can remain a skeptic and a critical thinker, free thinker, whatever fancy word they come up with, and still say, hey, I believe in the possibility that there might be something higher than me, something that transcends love, something that's greater than flesh. I mean, you could say that and still be a badass, smart guy who questions things.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's why I said earlier to Patrick that in order for me to have faith, I would have to like have a small portion of me that doesn't try to justify it with logic. And I don't know, because I did a lot of work last year with that transcendental argument for God and trying to really understand that, because on the surface level it really made sense as a logical justification until I realized that I could just swap out God for the universe, and it would still, and I was told so many times it was a word concept fallacy, but all you need is to deify the universe, and it still fits in there because any God would do. And so at that point, I kind of realized that like it still didn't make logical sense. And you know, appreciating that, you know, there's a God that is love. Like from my perspective, like what you were just saying about the emotive part, like God is love is my favorite part in the Bible, because that's the only conception of God that I like ever attached to as an adult. Um, but it's not all that's written there.
Well,
Beth?
for me, I'm happy just to hear when people say they're open-minded to the idea. I don't expect anybody to go out and subscribe to any religion or man-made ideas. Just there's nothing wrong with having hope, having a little bit of faith, especially with the world as it is. Nope, I
No,
hope
I
I
don't
didn't break
disagree.
up or something.
I mean,
Yeah, everybody's got quiet. Don't mind me
I-
being all quiet here. I'm like working on stuff and monitoring the chat and watching and
I was trying to
answering.
defer to you. I was trying to defer to you.
To me?
Yes.
I apologize. I was in the middle of answering something in the Discord. What are you asking me for? I'm so sorry.
No, I was just if you wanted to answer whatever like the content, then I was gonna let you go.
By all means, you go because I missed where we were. I can't think and talk at the same and type at
So
the same time.
I think that that like for me, like because I'm a logical guy as well, and I think that orthodoxy answers all of my logical questions in a logical way, while also simultaneously providing for the mystery that is God. At least for me. I mean, and I wish you'd been able to talk to my priest today. I wish you'd been able to talk with my spiritual father today. Not my spiritual father, my godfather today. And so I think that because those two guys, my spiritual father and Father Elias, are some of like the smartest guys that I know. And I mean they're both very humble and like, oh, you don't know that many people, and I'm like, oh yeah, I know a lot of libertarians, which obviously those guys sometimes are idiots.
Yeah, they
But
are.
yeah, but the when talking about it, they very much come from a logical position where it's understandable that you can understand some logical things, and the logical things sate that level of curiosity, at least for me. Like because for me, I mean, I like similar to you, but a little bit different. I grew up in understanding these things, and I grew up in a going to Christian school and going to church every Sunday and everything, and I understood them and then went away and then came back to them by my own understanding, and then I kind of had to humble myself in a way of understanding that there is a logical perspective and there's a mystical perspective. And so like the logic but what's crazy to me is that the logic they provide is strong enough for me to still be like, okay, I understand, and it still acts as an anchor, I guess you could say. Like the whatever logic we have, as far as they'll be like, it's a divine mystery, and then they'll be like, oh yeah, but here's this information about it. And it's like that information. They're like, oh yeah, it's a divine mystery, but here's this information is still like an anchor as far as all of that stuff goes, logically speaking. But it's because we have the church history. We have like literally thousands of years of church history and discourse to go through. I mean, when you look at St. John of Damascus, you look at all like literally levels of church fathers. They've talked about a lot of the same stuff that we've talked about, even in debating heretics and Muslims, etc., and so on. And so it's like, yeah, I get it, and it makes sense to me, and it's like there is a part of me that is like, I wish I had a little bit more of an answer, but there's also part of me that is stated with the answer because of how it is given. So I think that as you kind of dive more deeply into that kind of stuff, where it's like, yeah, I don't have the exact answer I want, maybe, but I have a lot of an answer. Like I have a lot of an answer. Like for me, for like this is how I feel. Is there's some times where I have 75% of an answer that I wanted, and then they're just like, yeah, well, the rest of it's a divine mystery. Like, I mean, I don't know. I have 75% of an answer, and the rest of the 25% is divine mystery. And I feel like that's the part where you're struggling with. Would you say that's correct, Anson?
I would say that I should have stuck around and talked to the people at your church today, but there were things that I couldn't deal with them. But the way that I did it, it turned out better. But I'm still not in a place where I can talk about this subject because I haven't done the same work that I've done on the logical side. So I'm just going to not speak on it.
So I think I might be in a better position at this point to give some input. And so I apologize again for being a little distracted there for the couple minutes. The challenge, being challenged and questioning your faith is not something that is uncommon, right? I think everybody kind of goes through that at some point where it's like, even if you're raised with this from when you were a child, where it's like, is this really, especially because of a lot of the things that we experience out in the real world, right? Where we start questioning, is it right? Have I been lied to? All that kind of stuff. And I mean, I know I went through it, but I was literally, my situation's a bit different because the church I grew up in, I do see it as being very heretical at this point in time. And for me, it had to start with knowledge and understanding, because and I'm saying, putting aside the logic, look at the history, dig through it, and find that anchor that tells you this is something that is real and valid and has more to be understood about it. It's not just a bunch of guys writing about some woo woo stuff in a book and becoming all culty, like Duck was trying to say earlier, and like a lot of people try to say, God forbid you ever get stuck on a panel with Steelman. But
speaking of Steelman, he'll be on the show tomorrow night, and we'll be reviewing his arrest from about a decade ago.
That's gonna be so much fun.
Oh, I was going to invite you guys to something I thought you might think is interesting. But if you guys are doing a show,
send over the link. Said at least I'm always happy to check it out when I can.
Are you guys familiar with somebody called Kent Hovind?
Oh yeah.
No, what's he associated with?
Well, Kent Hovind's a really famous minister.
Yes, yes. I've actually emailed with him. I wrote a paper about Joseph, and I've actually emailed with the gentleman.
Well, the reason why I bring him up is he's going to be on my show tomorrow, and he wants me to have an open room where I allow everybody, no matter what their views are, to come in. Obviously, I'm going to have to run it like a boot camp to make sure I don't get porn bombed or some of the exciting stuff I sometimes get on my show.
What time is your show?
It'll be 7 p.m. Central. I'm in Missouri.
Oh, so I could actually probably pop in for like an hour. Depending, because we start at 10, right, Anson?
Yeah, 10 your time, which is
10 Eastern.
Yeah, so 2 hour. You'll have there's a 2 hour window before the show starts where you could do stuff. But if you wanted to do any prep beforehand,
I would definitely have to pop out for some prep for sure. But
it's going to be a lot of really smart folks. There's going to be him, a guy named Brother Maverick, who's a philosopher and all that, and we get non-believers, Satanists, pagans, every type, even Muslims and all that. They get a little aggressive though. They like to argue about the Trinity. But if you guys are interested, I'd love to have you in there. I'm not saying that I'm going to jump out of here or anything or whatever. I was just putting that out there in case you guys are interested.
Yeah, absolutely. And I look at your I just pulled up your channel and subscribed to it. It's interesting. You got you've only been streaming for a couple of weeks, hey?
Yeah, on this channel. Unfortunately, a while back, my channel ended up getting knocked down. I guess I was away from YouTube too long. but my prior channel had about 20,000 subs to it.
Oh, nice.
Wow. Anson, could you send the link over to my Discord, please?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah, though, I'll definitely hop in. Because I'm actually talking with what's his name? Philip Shipman. Have you heard of him?
No, besides the fact that you guys will have an interesting, intelligent conversation with the folks that'll be in there, also a lot of these people have major amount of subscribers. So if it's interesting for you to get views and get some subscribers to your channel and some more people on your panel, that's the way to do it.
Yeah.
If
By
you're
all
not-
means, I'll come in and I'll go in there and wave our banner, Anson.
Yeah, awesome.
Oh, and I'll make sure to, because I'm the one hosting the room, I'll make sure to let everybody advertise and plug whatever it is they're wanting to get out there.
Yeah, that's cool, man.
Definitely. Thank you so much. Very appreciative.
All right, back to nothing to something.
Yeah, though, but like bringing up like he was talking about Dr. Kent Hovind. I had actually, I mean, it was because of my time away challenging my own faith that I came to a point where I had done a lot of studying and I got very much into the biblical history and started looking for those connections and ended up answering some really big archaeological questions that like that, and that's all just happened like in the last week. It's been like like I'm kind of shocked at I didn't think I like even when it came out of my mouth I didn't realize what I was saying or the importance of what I was saying. So when you're looking at it, Anson, yeah, you're talking about looking at the logical thing. And I've told you repeatedly, when it comes to faith, yes, you got to kind of approach it with that childlike mind where, you just, I believe this is going to happen and I'm putting my faith and my trust, right, into something that I can't obviously you can't see God, but he'll show himself to you the way that he wants you to see him. Do you know what I'm saying?
Well, and
When the time is right.
yeah, and I've said this many times that it's hard for me not to be Christian because I've met all of the other atheists. Like not all of them, but all of them that I've met, and they're mostly miserable people who are stuck in their own pride. And I see what happens, and the people that I've met, like Patrick, who have conviction and faith, they're much better people. I mean, just based on an outcomes based model, a utilitarian model, I would say that being Christian is better for most people.
Yeah. But the problem is too, I mean, I get nervous at putting so much of it onto that strict label in ways, but because I think that many people within the Abraham, well, yeah, I guess it actually does come down to primarily Christians. But you see a totally different set of patients, right? Like you've called it out with me before because my moral convictions are very, very strong and I tend to stick to them very hard. Um, However, that tends to put us in a far more vulnerable position sometimes. So you have to be willing to potentially, you know, deal with that kind of situation because there is people in this world who will hunt for people who are just trying to do the right thing and walk in ethical and moral line, right? So
Yeah.
Why do you think that is? And I have experienced this myself, but why do you think some people go out of their way to, like, it makes them feel good in order to take somebody down for it?
I think it comes down to they don't have the peace in their heart and that foundation that's just, it's that whole, building your house upon a rock instead of on the sand, right? They built their house on the sand, and every day is like a sinking feeling. And it's hard when you see people who are just going through life with, sticking to their convictions and being able to have uh faith and believe that everything's going to be okay for them. So I think that, it's that misery loves company in one sense. And then you've also got the adversary that kind of fuels that, where it's not even so much, we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against an enemy that really truly wants to take us away from the path that we're on. And it's easy enough to do that, but why not throw another hand grenade at you, right?
You, one of the unusual experiences I had whenever I was a non-believer, I had it set in my mind that I was going to go after every religion that believed in a god or many gods. That was my thought process. Everybody gets equal amount of attention from me. And I remember whenever I'd be hanging with other atheists and I'd say, hey, there's a Muslim chat room open. Let's go do that. No, no, no. Let's go do the Christians. I'd say, wait, there's a pagan room. Let's go in there and talk about their gods. No, 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 no. The Christian. They always seemed like they wanted to target Christians, but never any of the other religions. And
Well,
I
the
found, go ahead.
Christians won't kill you, right?
So,
That's a good point.
Sorry, TOS, my bad.
So the concept that you're talking about there, I saw that too. Back when I used to be more militant with my atheism. And it's more of a bias thing because Christianity is the prevailing religion, at least in the United States, and the they're the 800-pound gorilla to tear down. And the the I do the same thing now still, but my framework has changed, um, where I am opposed to people who think that the Enlightenment was good. And so my framework has shifted to disliking almost all of society.
I'm curious, God TV Radio. So with I'm so sorry to have interrupted you. I want to hear the rest of your story, and I'm
Yeah.
curious as to why, looking back at it now, what do you think was the motivation behind the people that you were with?
What do you mean?
Like to seek out Christians primarily.
Well, me, I had a desire to have conversations and understand the way people tick, why people think the way they do. Whenever I was a child, I was what you call a self-proclaimed Christian, but I didn't know what the hell I was talking about as a kid. So I ended up becoming the atheist, and I found religious people to be fascinating, interesting, and I enjoyed their company. And I actually believed that some of them authentically cared about me, that they were interested in actually not just preaching to me, but some of them actually showed that they liked to talk to me behind the scenes, that you could actually be friends. As where it was hard to talk to a nihilist about if you're depressed that day or you're feeling bad. What are they going to tell you? Well, shit, I'm sorry. The universe has no purpose and value to it. What are you going to
Yeah.
do with that?
Yep.
How's that supposed to make you feel better?
Yeah.
So, and they all had their own problems too. So it was what it was. If you have any more questions, I'll throw it up.
Well, I am actually we're more than 4 hours into the stream. We've done the debate. We've done a very good panel. And thank you, Patrick, for hopping up on the panel and sticking through the whole panel. And God TV Radio, Due Diligence, Emmett, y'all were awesome for coming on. Glenn Lawrence for agreeing to host a debate between Beth and I, where I'll be arguing that unevenly yoked marriage is actually not a not really a bad thing, depending upon how you frame the uneven yoke And so I'll be crushing Beth in that debate on Glenn's
You're gonna
channel.
lose this one too. I'm so sorry. You really, really are.
Yep. And I'm going to call it a night. What I like to do is have everybody up one at a time to say their goodbyes. So I'm going to start with you, God TV Radio.
Well, it was nice talking to you guys. I really enjoyed myself. It's nice to find live rooms where people are into discussions besides mowing lawn and barbecues. And I'm God TV Radio.
I mean, I greatly enjoyed the debate. I loved giving feedback to everybody. I mean, I love socializing with everyone. So it's been a great time. I really enjoyed it. I thank everybody for coming on, and subscribe to Mr. Anson Knowles and the chairman of the board. God bless everybody, and thank you all for coming on and having a talk with us.
This is a good time as always. Just a reminder, everybody, we're here every Monday, and keep an eye out because we're starting to line up some more debates. It's going to be fun. Thanks everybody for listening to me yap, and again, thanks to Emmett and Do. You guys did great, and it was a good fight. Have a good night, everybody.